This is one of the CLTs quickly before this goes live. Is there any way that we could be allowed to multi-pin? Can you make us a co-host or something so we can multi-pin more than one person?
I think we have a limit on the number of co-hosts we can have, so that could be problematic.
Not a problem. It's not necessary. Would have just been helpful. If you can, please do. If not, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
So it's already 10. Just let us know when we start.
Okay, we're live. We're ready.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alaa Kamil, and I will be serving as the designated federal official for the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SACC, for this meeting.
Hello?
And in my role, I will be opening this public meeting, and I want to thank Dr. Daniel Schlenk for agreeing to serve as chair of the committee. Please mute your line, please, Charlene.
I did.
To serve as the chair of the committee for this meeting. I also want to thank the members of the committee, ad hoc reviewers, and the public for attending this important meeting. We appreciate the time and effort of the committee members in preparing for this meeting, taking into account your busy schedules. As the terms of the chair, Dr. Daniel Schlenk, and to 7 other members of the committee, they will expire this year. So we truly appreciate their dedication and efforts during the years they served in this committee. We anticipate the new members will be announced before the middle of June of 2023. In addition, I want to thank the EPA's Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics, OPPT, and to my colleagues at the Peer Review and Ethics Branch in EPA for their hard work in preparing for this important review of EPA's draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under the Toxic Substances Control Act and a draft proposed approach for the cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer's requested phthalates. I also want to thank my colleagues, Steve Knott, the chair of the Peer Review and Ethics Branch, Mission Support Division of the Office of Program Support. I want to thank Temu Gibson, the Executive Secretary of the FIFRA Scientific Advisory Panel and the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals. They are both online this week and will serve as backups to my role as designated federal official. Thanks are also due to Dr. Charlene Matten and to William Woogie, who are also DFOs and our assistant deputy ethics officials. And I'd also like to thank Ms. Joyce Coates and Ms. Barbara Ewell and our contractor, Kurt Ali from Indina, who provided the administrative support. The SACC is a federal advisory committee that provides independent scientific peer review and advice to the EPA on chemical-related issues regarding the impact of proposed regulatory actions on human health and the environment. The SACC provides advice and recommendations to EPA. Decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The SACC for this meeting is comprised of 15 members who are experts in toxicology, environmental risk assessment, exposure assessment, and related sciences. The expertise of these members is augmented by ad hoc reviewers who are temporary participants in the SACC activities, providing additional scientific expertise, including chemical mixture risk assessment, mode of action of chemicals, phthalate toxicology, male reproductive toxicology, biomonitoring data, and biostatistics in order to assist in reviews conducted by the SACC committee. As the DFO for this meeting, I serve as a liaison between the SACC and the agency. I am also responsible for ensuring provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, FACA, are met. The Federal Advisory Committee Act of 1972 established a system that governs the creation, operation, and termination of executive branch advisory committees. SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at www.regulations.gov, listed in this meeting's agenda. As the designated federal official for this meeting, a critical responsibility is to work with appropriate agency officials to ensure that all appropriate ethics regulations are satisfied. In that capacity, committee members receive training on provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws. In addition, each participant has filed a standard government financial disclosure report. Our deputy ethics official for the Office of Program Support and their team, in consultation with the Office of General Counsel, have reviewed these reports to ensure all ethical requirements are met. The SACC will review challenging scientific issues over the next 4 days. We have a full agenda, so meeting times are proximate. Thus, we may not keep exact times as noted due to discussions and public comments. We strive to ensure adequate time for agency presentations, public comments, and committee deliberations. For presenters, SACC members, and public commenters, please identify yourself and speak into your microphone, since this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. For those joining by phone, I'd like to note that we have a live video webcast of this meeting. To discuss it, to access it, please go to the link in the meeting website listed in the agenda. Copies of all EPA presentation materials, written public comments, and other documents related to this meeting are available in the public docket at regulations.gov. Copies of presentation materials submitted this week by public commenters will be available in the public docket within the next week. The docket number and website are noted on the agenda. For this meeting, there are so far 231 registered attendees. 24 of them registered to give oral comments. Registration to attend this meeting is open until the last day of the meeting on May 11th. Members of the committee and ad hoc reviewers are encouraged to fully consider all written and oral public comments submitted for this meeting. We dedicated adequate time for the agency presentations, public comments, and peer reviewers to discuss their questions. As we move through the proceedings, and if time allows, we may be able to move to the next agenda item if an item takes less than the anticipated time. For members of the press, EPA Media Relations staff are available to answer your questions about this meeting. Please address all questions to Kathy Milburn or email to press@epa.gov. At the conclusion of the meeting, the SACC will prepare a report as a response to the questions posed by the agency and the background materials, presentations, and public comments. This final report also serves as the meeting minutes. We anticipate the final report and meeting minutes will be completed in 90 days after the meeting is concluded. Again, I wish to thank the committee, ad hoc peer reviewers, and the public for your participation. I'm looking forward to both a challenging and interesting discussion over the next 4 days. I now turn the meeting over to our chair, Dr. Daniel Schlenk. Dr. Schlenk.
Thanks, Ala. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. And as Ala mentioned, we have quite a fairly extensive schedule for this week with 21 charge questions to answer that hopefully you all have been able to address and evaluate over the past several weeks. At this point in time, it's our duty to introduce ourselves. If you would not mind, I will go through the list of participants on the committee, beginning first with the permanent members of the SACC and then go through the ad hoc members at that point. I'll begin with myself. My name is Daniel Schlenk. I am chair of the SACC at this point in time. My background is environmental toxicology, aquatic ecotoxicology. I'm a professor in the Department of Environmental Sciences at the University of California, Riverside. And with that, let me begin our list and begin with Dr. Apte.
Hello, everybody. My name is Udayan Apte. I'm a professor of toxicology in the Department of Pharmacology, Toxicology, and Therapeutics at the University of Kansas Medical Center. My background is in liver pathobiology, liver toxicology, and effect of environmental chemicals on the liver.
Thanks. Dr. Baker?
I'm Marissa Baker, an assistant professor at the University of Washington in the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences. My background is in industrial hygiene and exposure assessment.
Thanks. Dr. Blystone?
Hi, Sherry Blystone. I'm a chemist by training, product safety and compliance professional in the chemical industry, currently with SNF Holding Company.
Thank you. Dr. Chasen?
Hello, my name is Christine Chasen. My background is exposure and risk assessment, especially computational systems and characterization of unique communities. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Cobb?
I'm George Cobb. I'm an environmental analytical chemist. I am the chair of the environmental science department at Baylor University.
Thanks, George. Dr. Davies?
Hi, I'm Holly Davies. I'm a senior toxicologist at the Washington State Department of Health. My background is in reproduction development, and I do a lot of work in chemicals in products. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Heiger Bernays?
Hi, I'm Wendy Heiger Bernays, clinical professor of environmental health at the Boston University School of Public Health. My background is in toxicology and risk assessment.
Thanks. Dr. Johnson?
Hey, good morning. I'm Mark Johnson, the Director for Toxicology at Defense Centers for Public Health in Aberdeen. I'm also the chair of the Tri-Service Toxicology Consortium. My background is in general toxicology and risk assessment.
Thank you. Dr. Kissel?
I'm John Kissel. I'm Professor Emeritus of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences at the University of Washington in Seattle. Engineer by training, human exposure scientist by practice.
Thank you. Dr. Mazerlian?
Hi,
Dr.
I'm Dr. Carmen Mazerlian. I'm a professor of reproductive environmental epidemiology at the Harchan School of Public Health. I've spent the last decade studying how phthalates affect fertility, pregnancy, and child health, and I'm very happy to be here today.
Thank you. Dr. Przybyla?
Morning, I'm Jennifer Przybyla with ATSDR. I'm an environmental health scientist. I have a background in toxicology, epidemiology, and human health risk assessment.
Thank you. Dr. Reif?
Hi, I'm David Reif. I'm a chief of the predictive toxicology branch at NIEHS. My background is in bioinformatics and computational toxicology.
Thanks. Dr. Rollins?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Craig Rollins. I'm a principal toxicologist at UL Solutions and an adjunct professor at Michigan State University. My background is in molecular toxicology, focusing on mode of action, carcinogenesis, and endocrine disruption. And I also supervise risk assessments on consumer products and medical devices.
Thank you. Dr. Voorhees?
Hi, my name is Charles Voorhees. I'm a professor at the University of Cincinnati and Cincinnati Children's Hospital. My background is in neuroscience and neurotoxicology.
Thanks. And now for our SACC ad hoc peer reviewers, Dr. Babich?
I'm Michael Babich. I'm recently retired from the Consumer Product Safety Commission, where I was a risk assessor and I was a project officer for the Chronic Hazard Advisory Panel on phthalates and our phthalates rulemaking.
Thank you. Dr. Braun?
I'm Joe Braun. I'm professor of epidemiology at the Brown University School of Public Health and director for the Center for Children's Environmental Health. I've been studying phthalates and other endocrine disrupting chemicals for over 15 years, and I'm an environmental epidemiologist by trade and have gotten into exposure assessment by practice.
Thank you. Dr. Califat?
Good morning. I'm Antonia Calafat. I'm a chemist by training. I work at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I have been working on phthalates for about 25 years now, and I'm a exposure scientist by practice.
Thank you. Dr. Chapin?
I'm Bob Chapin. I'm a retired reproductive toxicologist from Pfizer and NIEHS.
Thank you. Dr. David?
My name is Ray David. I'm a
retired toxicologist, retired from industry, have my own consulting company, and am associated with the University of Florida. I've been involved with phthalates since the early 90s.
Thank you. Dr. Engel.
Excuse me, Stephanie Engel, professor in the Department of Epidemiology at UNC Chapel Hill. I have expertise in environmental and perinatal epidemiology, and like others, have a long history of research in phthalates and their effect on pregnancy outcome and child development.
Thank you. Dr. Fox.
Good morning, Mary Fox. I'm an assistant professor of health policy and management at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, and I'm co-director of our Risk Sciences and Public Policy Institute. My background is in environmental epidemiology and chemical mixtures and cumulative risk assessment.
Thank you. Dr. Hertzberg.
I'm Rick Hertzberg, retired from EPA, and now have my own consulting firm as Biomathematics Consulting. My background is in biomathematics, primarily chemical mixtures, dose response assessment, including the development of the EPA mixtures guidelines.
Thank you. Dr. Hadashell.
Yes, I'm a health scientist at the Division of Translational Toxicology, NIEHS. My background is developmental reproductive toxicology and mixtures, and have been conducting phthalate work since my postdoc at the EPA. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Kwok.
My name is Eric Kwok. I'm the senior toxicologist and the supervisor of the Human Health and Exposure Modeling section with the California Department of Pesticide Regulation. My background is in the human health risk assessment and exposure assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Payne Sturgis. Dr. Payne Sturgis.
Yes, good morning. I'm Devin Payne Sturgis, Associate Professor of Environmental Sciences at the University of Maryland School of Public Health. And my expertise is in racial and economic disparities and exposure to contaminants and their associated health risks, children's environmental health risk assessment, and environmental policy.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tan.
Good morning. I'm Shirley Tan. I'm the senior toxicologist for Seattle King County Public Health Department. My background is cell and molecular biology. I've worked most of my career in some form or fashion on endocrine disruptors, and I'm currently the chair of the EPA's Children's Health Protection Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Dr. Wyckoff.
Hi, I'm Danielle Wyckoff. I'm the principal scientist and health sciences practice director at Tox Strategies, which is a consulting firm. My background's in toxicology, risk assessment, and systematic review, and that's included work on relative potency for dioxin-like compounds.
Thank you. Dr. Zoda.
Hello, Dr. Ami Zoda. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Environmental Health Sciences at Columbia University Mailman School of Public Health. My expertise are exposure assessment, environmental epidemiology, and environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for the introductions. At this point in time, we will sort of move into the presentations of the agency. They'll be making several overall presentations for the documents that we've been provided. After that point in time, we'll entertain comments from the public to general public for today. Most of the questions, I think, will be start answered tomorrow's meeting. So with that, let me introduce our Deputy Director, Office of Pollution and Prevention of Toxics, and that's Mark Hartman.
Thank you, Dr. Schlenk. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals public meeting to discuss EPA's draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessments for phthalates under TSCA. It's hard to believe, but it's been over a year since the last time the SACC has gathered to provide advice to the agency, and we are looking forward to the discussions over the next couple of days. Over the next 4 days, we will be discussing this very timely and important topic and seeking the advice of this very impressive cadre of experts. Peer review is a cornerstone for the agency's efforts to evaluate risk under TSCA. We appreciate the committee members taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate on this committee and review our work. And special thanks goes out to Dr. Schlenk for chairing the SACC, as we know that that's a very important aspect of running any of these advisory committees. So thank you very much, Dr. Schlenk. Public comment and engagement is also a critical aspect of our work at the agency, and we appreciate our stakeholders' thoughtful input that has been provided through the public comment period, as well as looking forward to hearing remarks later today during the public comment period part of the discussion. Lastly, I would like to thank the EPA team of scientists who developed the documents the committee is reviewing. We truly appreciate your thoughtful and insightful work and your dedication to our very important mission of protecting human health and the environment. I would also like to thank Dr. Kemal for our DSO for this meeting, for all he has done to bring us together today, and looking forward to having a very smooth run meeting. And at this point in time, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Michal Friedhoff, the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention, who will be giving some introductory remarks. Dr. Friedhoff?
Hi, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to the first 2023 meeting of the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals. Thanks so much for being here today and taking the time to help us with our proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment under TSCA. Your feedback is so important to us. It helps us know when we're headed in the right direction and when we might want to shift course. Your reviews help us consider other things we hadn't thought of before, and above all, help us create better, more effective protections for human health and the environment. And your help is particularly important with the topic we're going to be covering today, because frankly, this is relatively new territory for us. So generally in our TSCA risk evaluations, we've looked just at the risks from only the chemical undergoing risk evaluation. But of course, we know that people are exposed to many chemicals at the same time every day. I read an interview earlier this year with a doctor of public health from the University of Maryland, and he had an interesting analogy for considering cumulative risks. He said that we all think about counting calories to maintain good body weight and stay healthy. But we don't count chemical exposures in the same way. So if you only had information about a single meal a person ate, or if you always ignored the ice cream and the bacon, you wouldn't really be able to say one way or the other whether they were maintaining a healthy diet. And only considering exposures from a single chemical may leave us similarly in the dark about the true risks a person is experiencing from chemical exposures. It's not that we don't recognize that people are exposed to more than one chemical at a time, or that we don't know that non-chemical stressors can make someone more vulnerable to the effects a chemical might have. It's just that the scientific tools to quantify those effects are still in their relative infancy. And of course, when it comes to TSCA, our challenges go beyond the scientific ones. We also have statutory deadlines. Before diving into the topic of today's meeting, I want to also do some table setting and provide you with a preview of coming attractions for some of the ways we may shift our approaches in the months and years to come in our effort to start to meet those statutory deadlines. So as many of you know, TSCA has been significantly underfunded since the Lautenberg amendments greatly expanded EPA's chemical safety authorities and responsibilities in 2016. Now we're required to have at least 20 existing chemicals undergoing risk evaluation at one time, whereas before we only reviewed some uses of some chemicals if we chose to. And a court all but shut down our ability to regulate to address any risks we found. And now we're also required to formally review 100% of new chemicals before they can go to market, whereas in the past, we only reviewed about 20%. But the previous administration never asked Congress for any additional funding to help implement these new responsibilities. For the last 2 years, EPA has asked for more resources, and we've gotten some, but not all, of what we need. And given the realities of our budget situation, we have to make a change. We're starting by reimagining our risk evaluations to make them more efficient, while still leading to scientifically and legally defensive, protective risk management rules. So different offices within EPA do a lot of different types of risk assessments to support different laws. EPA's Office of Research and Development does a lot of the scientific work to support many of these risk assessments. For example, iris assessments identify and characterize the subchronic and chronic human health hazards of chemicals found in the environment and are developed through a multi-year process that includes external peer review, interagency review, and public comment. Integrated science assessments provide the scientific backing for the national ambient air quality standards and look at both the ecological and human health impacts of air pollutants. The ISAs also receive substantial external peer review and public comment, and the NAAQS process generally takes more than 5 years. So our risk evaluations also have to go through peer review and public comment. And in addition to chronic hazard, we also have to look at acute hazard and ecological hazard. We have to look at all the exposure pathways, not just air or water, for example. We also have to consider the conditions of use and the potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations. And Congress told us in no uncertain terms that all of this has to be done in 3 to 3.5 years. So ultimately, the purpose of a risk evaluation is not to produce paper, but to produce protections. The point is not just to do science, but to use science to ensure communities are safe from dangerous chemicals. It can be the difference between life and death, and speed matters. So as I see it, we have 2 choices. We can continue to do risk evaluations the way we always have, continue to miss all of our deadlines and wait for the resources picture to change, or we can try to change the way we do risk evaluations. And we're choosing door number 2. We also believe we can get it right while also getting it done more quickly. Above all, in a risk evaluation, we need to understand when unreasonable risk exists and when it doesn't. So we're beginning to deploy our scientific resources more strategically during a risk evaluation. The law is very clear. We must consider the risks from the chemical under the conditions of use, and we have to use the best available science, and we have to meet the deadline. But the law does not say that we have to consider every condition of use the same way. So what does that mean on the ground? We'll likely do our deepest scientific dives on uses we think are likely to contribute to risk from a chemical, and less time on uses we think are probably not so risky. We want to ensure that we're getting the science right, but we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Where other authoritative bodies have done parts of an assessment, EPA will look at integrating their findings rather than replicating them. For example, you'll notice that in the proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates you're going to be discussing today, we make heavy use of the previous cumulative risk assessments of phthalates by the CPSC and Health Canada. We're also looking at ways to improve the peer review process so that we can focus your efforts on work that is truly novel and for which we really want and need your review. And we're also doing some thinking about more efficient ways to get your input on less novel work, like maybe using paper peer reviews, or asking you to look just at the portions of a risk evaluation that break new territory. That'll help us more strategically use your expertise and should also help us meet our statutory deadlines. And that's absolutely true of the documents we'll be discussing today. Our draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under TSCA discusses what cumulative risk assessment is and under what circumstances we would consider conducting one. The principles document does not provide a framework or guidance on a process for conducting cumulative risk assessments, and nor does it address cumulative impacts. The principles document does 3 specific things. It starts by building from work already done by EPA, OECD, WHO, and the European Commission to 1, outline the proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment as potentially conducted in support of TSCA. 2, define cumulative risk assessment within the regulatory requirements of TSCA. And 3, focus on cumulative risks from exposures to toxicologically similar chemical substances. It's important to get your input on these principles because they could form the foundation for future cumulative risk assessments under TSCA. And in our draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalate under TSCA, we apply those principles to the phthalates. That's the focus of the majority of your charge questions for this meeting. The proposed phthalates approach is exactly that, a proposed approach to evaluate several phthalates for cumulative effects for human health. It follows recommendations by the National Research Council and builds upon cumulative approaches used by other agencies that evaluated similar sets of phthalates. It's not a risk evaluation, nor does it present risk estimates or other analyses. Those pieces will be delivered through the actual risk assessment after considering your feedback. It's essential to make sure we get this assessment right and that we're using the best available science.
As I said, cumulative risk assessment is a new step for our nascent program, and we really value your scientific advice and recommendations. With your help, I hope we'll not only be able to better understand the risks that people face from phthalates, we'll also be better able to conduct future cumulative risk assessments. I know you all have to get to work, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that this is the last SACC meeting for a number of our members. And I want to acknowledge the significant contributions that Dr. Daniel Schlenk, Dr. Sherry Blystone, Dr. Holly Davies, Dr. William Doucette, Dr. Mark Johnson, Dr. John Kissel, Dr. Craig Rowlands, and Dr. Sheila Sathnayarayana have made to this committee. Peer review is a cornerstone of our work at EPA. Your recommendations and advice have helped to ensure that we make science-based, rigorous, and transparent decisions. And the peer review process you participated in has been invaluable to us, as have the stakeholder feedback it's helped foster. The work you've done has truly helped advance our understanding of chemical risks and their potential impacts on human health and the environment. I'm so grateful to you all for your willingness to engage in critical discussions, share your expertise, and collaborate with others throughout your time on the committee. Again, on behalf of EPA, thank you for your service to the committee and to the public. And thanks again to all of you for lending us your time and expertise. I hope you have a productive meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Friedhoff. Appreciate the comments there. At this point in time, I think we can move into our initial presentations by the agency. The first presentation is the OPP technical presentation, Draft Proposed Principles of Cumulative Risk Assessment under the Toxic Substances Control Act. It'll be presented by Anthony Lutz and Maiko Arashiro.
Great, thanks, Dr. Schlenk. So this morning I'll be giving an overview of EPA's draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under the Toxic Substance Control Act. Next slide, please. Okay, I'd like just to start with a couple of quick acknowledgements. A big thank you to everybody in OPPT's existing chemicals risk assessment division, as well as to our senior science advisors in OPPT and OCSPP, and some of our collaborators in EPA's Office of Research and Development. And although also not listed here, I'd also like to thank interagency reviewers from multiple offices at EPA that reviewed and provided feedback on our proposed principles document. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to start this presentation off just with a relatively quick overview of a couple of the requirements under TSCA. So under TSCA Section 6B, EPA is required to conduct risk evaluations to determine whether a chemical substance presents an unreasonable risk of injury to health or the environment without consideration of costs or other non-risk factors, including an unreasonable risk to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations or pests, as identified by EPA as relevant to the risk evaluation under the conditions of use. So from this requirement, I'd like to kind of emphasize 2 points. First, that EPA is required to consider pests. So the term pests is statutorily defined as subpopulations who, due to either greater susceptibility or greater exposure, may be at greater risk than the general population of adverse health effects from exposure to a chemical substance or mixture. This might include populations such as infants, children, pregnant women, workers, or the elderly. The other thing I'd like to emphasize here is the term condition of use, or COU, which means the circumstances under which a chemical is intended, known, or reasonably foreseen to be manufactured, processed, or distributed in commerce or disposed of. So under TSCA, we evaluate risk on a COU by COU basis. So just something to keep in mind moving forward. Next slide, please. Okay, now I just want to talk about a couple of requirements as they may pertain to cumulative risk assessments. So I think first it's important to note that nothing in TSCA explicitly requires EPA to conduct cumulative risk assessments. However, nothing in TSCA also prohibits the agency from conducting cumulative risk assessments either. But what TSCA does require of EPA is that when conducting TSCA risk evaluations within our statutory timeline of 3 to 3.5 years, that we consider the reasonably available information consistent with the best available science and make decisions based on the weight of scientific evidence. And I think this is an important point that we asked SACC to take into consideration in responding to the charge. In particular, we have a statutory timeline of 3 to 3.5 years, and also use of reasonably available information, which just means information that EPA possesses or can reasonably generate or obtain and synthesize for use in a risk evaluation, given our statutory timelines and deadlines. The other point I would like to make on this slide is just that the agency realizes for some chemical substances, the best available science may indicate that the development of a cumulative risk assessment is appropriate and necessary to ensure that any risks to human health are adequately characterized. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I just want to take a minute and talk about the scope of our principles document. It is a pretty high-level principles document. It just outlines some of the key principles of cumulative risk assessment as potentially conducted in support of TSCA. It's not a detailed guidance on the process for conducting cumulative risk assessments under TSCA. Within our principles document, we rely upon a definition of cumulative risk assessment from EPA's Risk Assessment Forum's 2003 Cumulative Risk Assessment Framework, which defines cumulative risk assessment as an analysis, characterization, and possible quantification of the combined risk to health and or the environment from multiple agents and or stressors. So under this definition, the term stressors may refer to chemical or non-chemical stressors. And our proposed principles document really focuses on cumulative risks from exposure to chemical stressors or chemical substances. It does not address non-chemical stressors or cumulative impacts. We recognize this is an area of a lot of active research, including at EPA's Office of Research and Development. And I'll touch a bit more on non-chemical stressors in a couple of slides. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the development of our draft principles documents, we relied substantially on existing cumulative risk assessment related work by EPA's Risk Assessment Forum and Office of Pesticide Programs, as well as the OECD, European Commission, World Health Organization, International Program on Chemical Safety. So these are well-vetted works, well-vetted documents that provide really the scientific foundation for the proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under TSCA. And as part of charge question 1, we are asking SACC for input on whether or not there are any other notable guidances or documents that we should be taking into consideration for proposed principles. Next slide, please. Okay, so just moving on to populations for consideration. So at this time, EPA is really focusing cumulative risk assessment efforts on human health, not ecological taxa. And this is in part due to the fact that we have relatively well-established agency guidances and frameworks and documents from other regulatory or authoritative bodies that detail how to conduct a human health cumulative risk assessment, but those guidances aren't necessarily available for ecological taxa at this time. Under TSCA, some of the primary human populations that we consider, and this isn't necessarily an exhaustive list, but it includes the general population, potentially exposed to and susceptible subpopulations or pests, which may include consumers, consumer bystanders, workers, occupational non-users, as well as tribal populations and fence line communities. Next slide, please. Okay, so under EPA's Risk Assessment Forum's definition of cumulative risk assessments, the term stressors, as I mentioned earlier, can refer to both chemical and non-chemical stressors. So non-chemical stressors may include things such as radiological, biological, and other physical stressors, lifestyle conditions, or socioeconomic stressors. But for the purposes of our proposed principles documents, we really are focusing on, we're focusing our quantitative cumulative risk assessment efforts on chemical stressors, not non-chemical stressors. And again, this is primarily because we have agency guidances and frameworks to support conducting that work, and those documents aren't necessarily available for the quantitative evaluation of non-chemical stressors. Again, we recognize this is an active area of research, particularly at EPA's Office of Research and Development. And as ORD continues to develop agency-wide guidance, established methodologies, and just general recommendations, we may revisit this topic on quantitative evaluation of non-chemical stressors as those guidances become available. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are a number of sources, pathways, and routes of exposure that may be considered under TSCA. So some of the relevant routes that may be considered include the oral, dermal, and inhalation exposure routes. And exposure via these routes may occur through a number of different exposure pathways. So this figure off here to the right just details a couple of example pathways. So as part of a cumulative risk assessment under TSCA, all of these routes and pathways of exposure through TSCA uses may be considered. However, I think here, we really need to give some consideration to, the concepts of toxicologic similarity and the likelihood of co-exposure. So for example, if various, so for example, if a toxicologic effect is only observed following exposure via certain routes, then it may only be appropriate to include those routes of exposure as part of a cumulative risk assessment. Similarly, if various pathways of exposure are not expected to lead to co-exposure within a relevant time frame, then those pathways may not be considered as part of a cumulative risk assessment. And finally, one last important point to make here is that, although OPPT cannot regulate non-TSCA uses, potential risk from non-TSCA uses may be considered, as it may help inform EPA's risk determination from uses that are covered under TSCA. So here, non-TSCA exposures are just simply those occurring through uses excluded from the TSCA definition of chemical substance. So this may include things such as, pesticides, food additives, drugs, and cosmetics. Next slide, please. Okay, so previous cumulative risk assessment related works by EPA and other international bodies really outline two key considerations for grouping chemicals for inclusion in a cumulative risk assessment. This includes toxicological similarity and co-exposure over a relevant time frame. So as part of our proposed principles document, we are also proposing to group chemicals into what we're referring to as a cumulative chemical group based on these two key considerations. And as part of charge question 2, we're asking SACC to weigh in on these two key considerations. Next slide, please. Okay, so just moving on to just discussing toxicologic similarity. So evidence for toxicologic similarity exists along a continuum. So for most to least informative and restrictive with regard to data and knowledge requirements, you may start with, identical toxicodynamics. So an example of this might be two chemicals that, have the same molecular initiating event, same downstream key events leading to the same adverse effects. As you move kind of down the spectrum, you may have chemicals with similar toxicodynamics. So this might be chemicals with different molecular initiating events, but with downstream key events that overlap, again, leading to the same common downstream adverse effect. And then as we continue to move down the spectrum, you may have chemicals that cause a shared syndrome or a shared apical outcome, or maybe they just cause toxicity at the same target organ, or they're structurally similar, or maybe they just have similar dose response curves. So to support toxicologic similarity, we'll be using data from a number of different sources. This includes, in vivo, guideline and non-guideline animal toxicology studies, ex vivo, in vitro, and in silico studies, as well as human epidemiologic studies and controlled human exposure studies. So ultimately what we're proposing here is a non-prescriptive approach in which chemicals are grouped based on a weight of evidence supporting toxicologic similarity. So this weight of evidence narrative really needs to describe the quality and quantity of available data, as well as areas of uncertainty. Next slide, please. Okay, so in addition to toxicologic similarity, consideration also needs to be given to co-exposure over a relevant time frame. And of course, multiple factors can influence the potential for co-exposure. For example, exposure frequency and duration may impact the potential for co-exposure to multiple chemical substances. So more specifically, continuous long-term exposure to a chemical may increase the likelihood of co-exposure to another chemical, whereas an infrequent short-term exposure to a chemical may not result in co-exposure to another chemical in that same relevant time frame. And of course, there's a number of examples of data available to us to potentially support establishing co-exposure. So these could include things such as human biomonitoring data. A good example of this data set is CDC's NHANES biomonitoring data sets. Product formulation data may also be used to support co-exposure. So for example, does a product contain 2 or more toxicologically similar chemical substances, and use of that product will lead to co-exposure. Consumer co-use data may also support co-exposure considerations. So for example, is a consumer using 2 products that contain, at least 2 different toxicologically similar chemical substances within a relevant time frame that might lead to co-exposure. Then, of course, environmental monitoring, workplace monitoring, and facility release data may also support, co-exposure considerations. Next slide, please. Okay, so EPA's mixtures guidance and other international works really describe several additivity approaches, including dose addition, response addition, and integrated addition, as well as approaches that consider, other toxicologic interactions. And all of these approaches can, potentially be used to support conducting a cumulative risk assessment. Generally, the agency has used response addition when evaluating a group of chemical substances that are toxicologically dissimilar. However, when evaluating chemical substances that are toxicologically similar, it's the agency's default approach to use dose addition, as it is also the default approach of other regulatory agencies, such as the World Health Organization and the European Commission. So ultimately, we are relying to, we're proposing to rely upon a default assumption of dose addition when evaluating toxicologically similar chemical substances under TSCA. And we're asking for SACC feedback on this proposal as part of charge question 3. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'd like to just pretty quickly touch upon considerations for refining cumulative risk assessments under TSCA. I think first, it's important to note that not all cumulative risk assessments need to be the same level of refinement or the same depth or scope. And tiered frameworks have actually been developed by EPA's Office of Pesticide Programs, as well as the World Health Organization. And really the objective of these tiered frameworks is to aid in the development of a fit for purpose cumulative risk assessment. So for example, if you were conducting a lower tier or screening level cumulative risk assessment that relies on conservative exposure or hazard assumptions, and that lower tier screening level assessment indicates an adequate margin of exposure, that may indicate that a more refined cumulative risk assessment is not necessary. On the flip side of that, if a screening level cumulative risk assessment indicates that the margin of exposure is not adequate, then that may indicate the need to further refine to better understand risk. And of course, refinements can take place on both the hazard and exposure side as data allows. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to just talk here briefly about characterization of cumulative risk under TSCA. So within the agency, there's generally 2 component-based dose additive approaches that are used by the agency. This includes the hazard index approach, which is regularly used by OLM in support of Superfund site risk assessments, and then the relative potency factor and margin of exposure approaches that are more frequently used by the Office of Pesticide Programs when evaluating multiple pesticides in support of the Food Quality Protection Act. So ultimately, what we're proposing here is to consider the use of the hazard index, relative potency factor, and margin of exposure approaches to characterize cumulative risk under TSCA, as the data supports. Next slide, please. Okay, now just to quickly summarize. So within our proposed principles document, we're really proposing to focus our cumulative risk assessment efforts on human health, not ecological taxa. We're also proposing to focus our quantitative cumulative risk assessment efforts on chemical, not non-chemical stressors. Again, we recognize this is an active area of research, and we may revisit this as guidances become available. We're also proposing to group chemical substances into a cumulative chemical group based upon a weight of evidence approach that describes the evidence for tox similarity and co-exposure over a relevant time frame. And finally, we're proposing to use a default assumption of dose addition for evaluation of toxicologically similar chemical substances under TSCA. And with that, I can turn it back over to Dr. Schlenk for any questions.
Thanks, Anthony. Yeah, at this point, it's we've had a chance to actually go through the questions a couple weeks ago, so that was very nice to actually go through some of your presentation materials and be able to address some of the questions. But I will open it up to the rest of the committee that maybe weren't there at that particular time to provide or ask questions of clarification. So if you would, please raise your hand and state your name for the record if there's any questions on presentation number 1. Dr. Wyckoff.
All right. Hello, Dr. Wyckoff. Thank you for that presentation. That was helpful. I did watch the preparatory meeting video. I wasn't able to attend. So I do have one of those clarifying questions that Dr. Schlenk indicated. Actually, I have 2. So the first was in regards to just the document itself being a principles document and indicating that there's not methods or guidance. Does the program anticipate developing such?
Thanks, Dr. Wyckoff. Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's something we're considering, but it's, I think, not something we're willing to commit to right at this very time.
Okay.
That was Anthony Lutz. If you could just state your name before you answer back. Thanks.
And then my second question, again, this is Danielle Wyckoff with the second question. Could you speak a bit more as to how these principles will be applied in practice to the single chemical assessments and COUs? So I believe it was indicated that there will still be single chemical assessments and that the cumulative assessments will be used to inform those, but I'm not sure I understood that entirely. So if you could speak to the practical application a bit more, that would be helpful.
This is Anthony Lutz. Thanks for that question, Dr. Wyckoff. Yeah, so I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, for the phthalates, they were prioritized as individual chemical substances. So we still have to, under TSCA, conduct individual risk evaluations and reach individual risk determinations for each of those phthalates. So really, the cumulative risk assessment will be informed in part by the each of those individual risk evaluations. It'll provide important inputs necessary for actually conducting the cumulative risk assessments. And then we anticipate that results from that cumulative risk assessment will help inform, the risk determinations for the individual phthalate risk evaluations. I'll turn it over if any of my other colleagues at EPA want to add on to that.
Anyone else want to add on? Okay. That answer your question, Dr. Wyckoff?
Well, somewhat, I guess. So that's for phthalates. Is the idea going forward then that there would not be single chemical? You would just do cumulative? I'm just trying to think again about principles and trying to set the phthalates aside.
No, you need to be on the Zoom, not the YouTube.
Anthony, did you want to respond to that?
Sure.
Apologies, technical difficulties here for a second.
Oh, no worries.
Hey, good morning. This is Jeff Morris. I'm director of the Existing Chemicals Risk Assessment Division. It's great to see you all. So for this particular case, for the phthalates case, as Tony said, we'll be making individual determinations of unreasonable risk for the specific phthalate chemicals per the statute, and to the extent that the cumulative assessment can inform either that determination or how the agency may take risk management action should it identify unreasonable risk, it will possibly do both of those things. Now, going forward, the agency under TSCA does have the ability to prioritize categories of chemical substances, and the law gives the agency rather broad discretion and parameters for identifying what a category is. So it's possible in the future that the agency could identify a category and then deal with that category as a category, whether that entails cumulative or not. But that would lend itself to looking at more than one chemicals at a time in developing a risk determination. So I think cumulative will be an option to us as we move forward for developing problem formulation for chemicals we bring into the program, as well as looking to both assess and manage chemicals in the future. So just want to point out that we've got pretty broad discretion for how we bring cumulative in both the assessment program, as well as ultimately should we identify risk to manage it. So it's a tool in the toolbox, and it's going to depend on a lot of the factors, but not limited to those that we discussed this week around the phthalates case.
Oops. Okay, thanks. That was helpful. Thank you.
Sorry to make you dizzy moving the computer back and forth. So this is Anna Lowett, Senior Science Advisor in the Toxics Office. For those of you who knew me in the pesticide office, I moved over to OPPT about a year plus ago. So just to add on to the response a minute ago about the guidance, the OPPT guidance. So you heard from Michal Friedhoff a few minutes ago that the Toxics Office is working to be more efficient and effective with its own resources. And to the extent that OPPT can use existing guidance documents for cumulative risk assessment from the Pesticide Office, from the World Health Organization, but also EPA's Risk Assessment Forum and existing mixtures guidances, that right now is the goal. And at some point, if we determine that there is need for OPPT to have its own guidance that's unique to TSCA and the TSCA considerations, we will at some point decide to do that. But we need to get certainly this one under our belt and possibly one more before we learn how to do that and what the unique aspects of TSCA are to decide that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Payne Sturgis?
Yes, hi, good morning. Can everyone hear me? I think there was something wrong with my mic was cutting in and out.
It's a bit shaky. It's not sure if it's a bandwidth issue or
possibly. Maybe I should just go off video.
it might help.
With that. Sorry about that. So yes, thank you. I had a follow-up question based on the White's comment there. I had noticed in the documents of the mentioning of using benchmark margins of exposure or a benchmark hazard index as part of the interpretation of a cumulative evaluation. But I did see, I want to ask, did EPA, has the EPA considered how would you go about actually identifying what that benchmark LE would be or benchmark hazard index would be?
Anthony, did you get that? It's still somewhat broken up there.
Oh my.
Were you able to hear the question?
This is Anthony Lentz. No, we weren't able to really fully hear the question clearly.
Is it okay if I put it into the chat?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
I'm very sorry.
I know there were some issues before on the chat. Charlene, is that appropriate? If we can put that on the chat.
She can send the chat to, this is Kurt Ollie, I'm sorry for jumping in here. She can send it to either the DFO or to the chair, and you'll be able to get to see it, Dr. Schlenk and Charlene.
Yeah, correct. That's, if you could type it out, Allah, you can choose Allah or you can choose done.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to read it if we have that. In fact, okay. In the meantime, let's go ahead. Dr. Johnson, you want to pipe in there?
Yeah, just a quick question. I was wondering, does the agency intend on showing a comparison or contrast of different methods, like showing relative potency alongside of concentration addition, just to see if there's much difference between the two?
Anthony? Yeah, there you go.
Anthony Les. Thanks for that question, Dr. Johnson. No, I think we would find it useful if you have any feedback for us on that question as you think about the charge.
Sure, thanks.
Okay. Dr. Payne Sturgis, you can send the chat to me directly if you want to do that. Dr. Apti.
Yeah, I have a question. This is Uday Apte. I have a question about relative timelines between CRA and the individual risk assessments that are being done, and how they will inform each other in the context of the timeline of these. Will individual things? It looks like, as far as the document goes, they probably are going to be done later. So I just wonder how that's going to work out.
Anybody want to take that one?
Hey, this is Anthony Les. Thanks for that question, Dr. Apti. Yeah, so I think for the phthalates, it's kind of our first, time doing a cumulative risk assessment. So a lot of that work for the individual risk evaluations and the cumulative assessment will be done kind of simultaneously, and they'll provide important inputs for one another.
Okay, Dr. Chasen.
Hello, this is Dr. Chris Chasen. Thanks for that presentation. That was very helpful. I was wondering if you could explain what the process was that preceded or led into the development of this document vis-a-vis consultation with other scientific groups beyond the groups that you mentioned in terms of document reference, or other regional offices or other organizations, et cetera, that would be qualified to speak to the sort of principles of these kinds of evaluations. Could you identify any of those other, if you, for lack of a better word, influencers or advisors of any kind?
Oh, hi, it's Anna Lowett, Senior Science Advisor. I'll take that one. So Dr. Chasen, OPPT has been working closely with myself and Jeff Dawson, who is the Senior Science Advisor in the AA's office. I myself have many years of experience in the cumulative risk assessment arena in the pesticide office. We've also been working closely with Glenn Rice and ORD Sophia, who, like some members of this panel, have been working in the mixtures area for many years. They've also worked closely with the ORD team, who are experts in phthalates. They've coordinated with the pesticide office and ensure that we're looking at a AA ship-wide approach, and have gotten comments internally across our sister offices within the intra-agency review. So we've been looking closely at both EPA existing documents from the pesticide office, the risk assessment forum, but also the World Health Organization and our but we've also, as you can see, have referenced existing documents from other federal agencies and Health Canada.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the question from Dr. Payne Sturgis here. So I'm quoting, I noticed both the principles document and the phthalates document, EPA mentions using a benchmark MOE to interpret the CRA. How will EPA decide what is the appropriate benchmark MOE, and what will EPA consider in setting that benchmark MOE?
This is Anna Lowett again. Those are good questions, and I don't think we have the answers to those at this time. We need to work through the development of the systematic review for both the single chemical and the cumulative assessments, and then we need to look across the availability of information and the associated relevant extrapolation and uncertainty that we'll be doing in those assessments. And so we're not prepared to answer that today. But if you have any input on suggestions, we're looking forward to your input.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or clarification for this first presentation? Dr. Apte?
So this is an update. My question is, in general to EPA, is the CRA framework that has been put forward here, will this serve as a blueprint for other CRAs in the future, or this is a one-off thing specifically for phthalates?
Hi, this is Anthony Laz. Thanks for that question, Dr. Apte. Yeah, I think the principles document is intended to just outline the proposed principles, moving forward, and the phthalates is kind of the first kind of case example.
Okay, Dr. Wyckoff?
Hi, Dr. Wyckoff. A follow-up question related to the sources. So in reading the principles document and then seeing on the slide, my understanding is that there are some sources, I believe you call them non-TSCA sources, like food, drugs, pesticides. And I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly that exposure to chemicals from sources like foods, food impurities, contaminants, drug impurities, et cetera, would be included in CRA, but then TSCA wouldn't regulate those, or am I saying that correctly?
Tell her to ask it later, or that you'll cover it later.
Hi, this is Mike Arashiro. Thank you for that question, Dr. Wyckoff. I'll actually be covering sort of the TSCA, non-TSCA, and non-attributable sources of exposure later in presentation number 3. So thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Great, thanks. Any other questions?
This is Kimber Howdeshell.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I had a question about future plans. This is focused on phthalates, and you've talked about non-chemical stressors, non-chemical mixture components. Is there any consideration for future work to consider other anti-androgenic chemicals, such as was recommended in the NRC report?
Again, so are you specifically asking about vinclozin and persimidone?
I wasn't asking specifically about chemicals, but those were certainly ones that have been identified in mixture studies.
So as the assessments start to build, we'll be working with our colleagues in the pesticide office to look to the extent that that's an appropriate thing to do. But having been in that office for many years, the exposure to both of those is extraordinarily low in today's exposure. And so we'll be looking to see the extent that's a contributor to the risk at all.
I think that was Anna Lovett, right?
Yeah, Anna Lovett.
Yeah. Thanks. Any other questions for presentation 1? Okay, we don't have any breaks written into the agenda, but I think probably this might be a good place for a quick, maybe a 10-minute break before we go on to presentation 2. So I have 11:08 Eastern time, so let's come back at 11. I just turned 9 actually, so let's come back at maybe 11:20. Will that work for a quick break? And we'll come back for presentation 2.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I have 20 past the hour. Let's go ahead and reconvene. And at this point in time, let's move on to our second presentation, which would be the draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and manufacturer requested phthalates under the Toxic Substances Control Act. And I believe, Tony, you're back on again.
Thanks, Dr. Schlenk. Yes, this is Anthony Les. So I'll be giving an overview of the draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessments of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalate under TSCA. Just like to note here that this overview is split into two parts, and the second part will be given this afternoon. Next slide, please. So again, just starting off with a couple of acknowledgements. I'd like to thank all of our colleagues in the Existing Chemicals Risk Assessment Division, our senior science advisors in OPPT and OCSPP, and a number of subject matter experts that helped us prepare this proposed approach in EPA's Office of Research and Development. Next slide, please. Okay, so just starting off with a little bit of background information. So currently, OPPT is conducting risk evaluations for 5 high priority phthalates. This includes DEHP, BBP, DBP, DIBP, and DCHP. We're also evaluating 2 phthalates that are subject to manufacturer requested risk evaluations. So this includes DINP and DIDP. So during the scoping process for these 7 individual phthalates, the EPA received comments from a number of stakeholders urging the agency to evaluate these phthalates for cumulative risk to human health. And here I think it's really important to acknowledge that a lot of work's been done in this space. So back in 2007, EPA actually asked the National Research Council, or NRC, of the National Academies of Science to consider whether or not it was appropriate to conduct a cumulative risk assessment of phthalates and other anti-androgens, and if so, provide recommendations to the agency. And ultimately, in a 2008 report from the NRC, they concluded that sufficient data were available to proceed with the cumulative risk assessment of phthalates and other anti-androgens. I think here, since that 2008 NRC report, it's also important to acknowledge that a number of regulatory agencies have also, followed up and conducted cumulative risk assessments. So this includes the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission, Health Canada, Australia NICNAS, Danish EPA, and the European Food Safety Authority. And in general, these cumulative risk assessments conducted by other authoritative bodies have, in general, followed many of the recommendations outlined by the NRC in their 2008 report. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I just want to touch quickly on the scope of a proposed approach. It is just a proposed approach, not a cumulative risk assessment or risk evaluation, and no risk estimates are presented. The agency is now actively conducting individual risk evaluations for each of the individual phthalates. And as part of the cumulative risk assessment, we don't anticipate that it will include its own risk determination. Instead, results from that cumulative risk assessment will help inform the individual risk determinations for each of the individual phthalate risk evaluations. So this is, again, another important point. So the individual phthalate risk evaluations will provide important inputs necessary for actually completing the cumulative risk assessment, and then the cumulative risk assessment will help inform the individual risk evaluations. I'd also like to note here that our proposed approach adheres to many of the recommendations outlined by NRC in their 2008 report, and it really builds off of cumulative risk assessment approaches used by other authoritative bodies, in particular the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission and Health Canada. And as part of charge question 5, we're seeking SACC input on whether or not there are additional notable phthalate cumulative risk assessments conducted by groups other than those regulatory bodies that we should be considering to help inform our proposed approach. Next slide, please. Okay, so our proposed approach is really built around a 10-step conceptual model. So now I just want to walk through the 10 steps just to give everybody an overview of our proposal. So step 1 of the conceptual model is just simply to identify our cumulative chemical group based on considerations of toxicologic similarity and co-exposure. Step 2 is to identify the subpopulations susceptible to phthalate syndrome. Next slide, please. Step 3 is to identify the TSCA conditions of use and other sources of exposure. So a lot of this work has already been done as part of the individual phthalate scope documents, which identify the conditions of use, the exposures and routes of exposure that the agency intends to evaluate for each individual phthalates. And then steps 4 and 5 in the conceptual model are really exposure scenario building steps. So step 4 is exposure scenario building for TSCA conditions of use. And then step 5 is scenario building for the non-attributable and non-TSCA sources of exposure. Next slide, please. Step 6 in our conceptual model is to identify the major pathways of exposure for inclusion in our cumulative exposure estimates. So again, a lot of this work will be done as part of the individual phthalate risk evaluations. Step 7 is to determine the likelihood of co-exposure across all of the phthalates in our cumulative chemical group, across the non-attributable, non-TSCA and TSCA sources of exposure. And then steps 8 through 10 are to convert individual phthalate exposure estimates to index chemical equivalents using a relative potency factor approach, and then to combine exposures to estimate cumulative exposure. So that's step 9. And then step 10 is to estimate cumulative risk. Next slide, please. Okay, so just for this first part of the overview of our proposed approach, which I'll be giving this morning, it's primarily going to be focused on steps 1 and 2 of our conceptual model. So identifying that cumulative chemical group and the potential susceptible subpopulations. I'll also be talking about options for addressing phthalate syndrome, use of dose addition for phthalates, and approaches for characterizing cumulative risk. And then the part 2 presentation this afternoon will cover steps 3 through 10 of our conceptual model. Next slide, please. Okay, so jumping right into considerations for grouping phthalates for cumulative risk assessment. So identifying our cumulative chemical group. So step 1 in our conceptual model. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we outlined in our proposed principles document, there are 2 primary considerations for grouping phthalates into a cumulative chemical group. So that's co-exposure over a relevant time frame and toxicologic similarity. I'll talk a bit more about the co-exposure consideration in a couple of slides, but for this slide, I really want to focus on toxicologic similarity. So for the phthalates, a number of adverse effects have been reported following exposure in vivo animal models, include effects on the developing male reproductive system and female reproductive system, as well as liver toxicity and neurodevelopmental toxicity. So all of these effects, as well as any others, will be characterized as part of the individual phthalate risk evaluations. But really, for right now, EPA believes that the most robust, reasonably available data set to support conducting a human health cumulative risk assessment of the phthalates is based upon effects on the developing male reproductive system consistent with a disruption of androgen action, so causing effects consistent with phthalate syndrome. Next slide, please. Okay, now I want to just give an overview of our current understanding of the phthalate syndrome mode of action. First, it's important to note here that the mode of action is not fully defined, so we don't necessarily know the molecular initiating events. It's pretty well understood that there's a critical window of development, sometimes referred to as the masculinization and programming window, in which androgen action drives development of the male reproductive system. So exposure during this critical window can lead to disruptions of fetal testicular steroidogenesis. So in the fetal egg cells, some of the early outcomes that are observed are reductions in expression of genes involved in cholesterol transport and androgen biosynthesis and transport, as well as reductions in INSL3 or insulin-like growth factor 3. And this does represent one of the androgen independent mechanisms within the phthalate syndrome. So insulin-like growth factor 3 is necessary for gubernacular cord development in the initial transabdominal phase of testicular descent. Disruptions in cholesterol transport and other steroidogenic genes can lead to reduced fetal testicular testosterone content or production, which in turn can lead to a number of androgen-dependent effects, including increased incidence of nipple retention and malpups, as well as reduced malpup anogenital distance and more severe reproductive effects and malformations such as hypospadias and cryptorchidism. And collectively, all of these effects within the syndrome can lead to impaired male fertility later in life. So to inform our cumulative chemical group and our relative potency factor approach, we focused on 7 key outcomes within the syndrome. These key outcomes were selected with input from our experts in ORD, as well as based on our current understanding of the phthalate syndrome mode of action. Some of these effects were also relatively sensitive indicators of development of phthalate syndrome. So as part of charge question 7, we're seeking SACC input on the 7 key outcomes that we selected. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the next handful of slides, I'm going to be giving a relatively high-level overview and summary of data available to support each of the 7 key outcomes. Next slide, please. Okay, so starting with the first key outcome, which is reduced fetal testicular gene expression. So for this key outcome, we reviewed data for INSL3, which again is involved in that androgen-independent mechanism within the syndrome. We also reviewed data for 5 steroidogenic genes, including SCARB1 and STAR, which are involved in cholesterol transport, and then CYP11A1, CYP17A1, and 3-BHSD, which are involved in the conversion of cholesterol to testosterone. Okay, so across all of the available studies that we reviewed for all of the phthalates except for DIDP, we observed really consistent dose-dependent reductions in fetal testicular gene expression for both INSL3 and the 5 steroidogenic genes for in vivo studies conducted using rat models. We've conducted some preliminary dose response modeling, and that modeling indicates that DINP is the least potent at disrupting fetal testicular gene expression. And then in the case of DIDP, across 2 available studies conducted using rat models, we observed no effect at doses as high as 1,500 milligrams per kilogram per day. And the final thing to note here is that across a limited number of studies conducted using in vivo mouse models, we observed inconsistent effects on gene expression. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next key outcome is reduced fetal testicular testosterone content, or ex vivo fetal testicular testosterone production. And again, just as we saw for the gene expression data sets, for all of the phthalates except for DIDP, we observed relatively consistent dose-dependent reductions in fetal testicular testosterone across available in vivo studies conducted using rat models. Again, just as with the gene expression data sets, DINP was the least potent of the phthalates at reducing fetal testicular testosterone. And then in the case of DIDP, no effects on fetal testicular testosterone were observed at doses as high as 1,500 milligrams per kilogram per day. And again, across a limited number of studies conducted using in vivo mouse models, effects on testosterone generally weren't observed. Next slide, please. Okay, the next key outcome is reduced malpup anogenital distance. So again, this is a hallmark effect consistent with a disruption of androgen action during fetal development. So for all of the phthalates except for DINP and DIDP, we observed consistent dose-dependent reductions in malpup anogenital distance across available in vivo studies conducted using rat models. For DINP, effects on anogenital distance were less consistent. So we only observed reductions in anogenital distance across 2 of 6 of the available studies conducted using rat models. And again, these inconsistencies couldn't necessarily be explained by differences in dose selection. Finally, for DIDP, only 1 study was available, a 2-generation study of reproduction, and no effect on male pup. Anogenital distance was observed at doses as high as 300 to 400 milligrams per kilogram per day. Again, across a limited number of studies conducted using in vivo mouse models, we generally didn't observe consistent effects on reductions in anogenital distance. So anogenital distance was only reduced in 1 of 3 studies of DHP in a mouse model. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the next key outcome, we looked at increased nipple retention in male pups. So again, this is a hallmark effect consistent with the disruption of fetal androgen action. So for all of the phthalates except for DINP and DIDP, we observed consistent dose-dependent increases in male pup nipple retention across the in vivo studies conducted with rat models. For DINP, effects were a little less consistent. So we observed nipple retention in 2 of 3 studies of DINP. And then for DIDP, again, we only had 1 study available, a 2-generation study of reproduction. However, nipple retention wasn't observed in male pups across either generation in that study. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the next key outcome, we looked at increased incidence of hypospadias. So hypospadias are a severe reproductive tract malformation in which the urethra doesn't open up on the tip of the penis. So this reproductive tract malformation and other severe reproductive tract malformations, are mechanistically linked to a disruption of fetal testicular steroidogenesis. For DEHP, across available studies, we observed a consistent dose-dependent increase in hypospadias in studies conducted with Sprague Dawley rats, but not Wistar rats. So there was some evidence of strain-specific differences in sensitivity for DEHP. For DBP, across available studies conducted with Sprague Dawley and Wistar rats, we observed consistent dose-dependent increases in hypospadias. So for DBP, that strain-specific difference in sensitivity was not apparent. For DCHP, BBP, and DIBP, we observed consistent dose-dependent increases in hypospadias across available studies conducted using Sprague Dawley rats, the only strain tested for these 3 phthalates. And then finally, for DINP and DIDP, hypospadias have not been observed at doses as high as 720 to 900 milligrams per kilogram per day DINP. And again, hypospadias were not observed in that 2-generation study of reproduction for DIDP. There are a limited number of in vivo studies conducted using other models beyond rats. And hypospadias were observed in 1 study of DHP conducted with mice, as well as 1 study of DBP conducted with rabbits. However, hypospadias and other reproductive tract malformations were not observed across 1 study of monobutyl phthalates, metabolite of DBP conducted with marmosets. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next key outcome is seminiferous tubular atrophy, which is a pathologic lesion frequently reported in adult animals following in utero exposure to certain phthalates. So for all of the phthalates except for DINP and DIDP, again, we observed consistent dose-dependent increases in incidence of seminiferous tubular atrophy across available studies conducted using rat models. For DINP, effects on seminiferous tubular atrophy were inconsistent. So only 2 of 5 studies qualitatively reported an increased incidence of seminiferous tubular atrophy. And then for DIDP, seminiferous tubular atrophy was not observed in male offspring in that 2-generation study of reproduction at doses as high as 400 to 600 milligrams per kilogram per day. Next slide, please. Okay, so the 7th and final key outcome is multinucleated gonocyte formation, or MNG formation. So MNGs are considered relatively sensitive indicator of exposure to certain phthalates and may serve as an indicator of altered Sertoli germ cell interactions. So for DEHP, DBP, DCHP, and DINP, we observed consistent dose-dependent increases in MNG formation across available studies conducted using rats. For BBP and DIBP, we observed marked increases in MNG formation. However, there's only a single study available for these phthalates, and they only tested a single dose level, prohibiting us from evaluating dose response further. And then for DIDP, no studies were available to inform this key outcome. There are again a limited number of studies that we identified, in vivo studies that we identified that looked at other animal models. A dose-dependent increase in MNGs was observed in 1 study of DBP with mice. However, MNGs were not observed in the 1 available study of marmosets. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the next couple of slides, I want to talk a bit more about the weight of evidence supporting toxicologic similarity, as well as evidence for co-exposure and EPA's ultimate proposed cumulative chemical group. Next slide, please. Okay, so we discussed weight of evidence in our proposed approach in terms of modified Bradford Hill criteria. Generally, we observed good temporal concordance. So across all of the phthalates except for DIDP, exposure during that critical window of development reduced fetal testicular steroidogenesis as demonstrated by reductions in fetal testicular gene expression and reduced fetal testicular testosterone. Notably, when exposure occurs prior to that critical window, fetal testicular steroidogenesis generally isn't disrupted and you don't see later life effects consistent with phthalate syndrome. So again, further demonstrating temporal concordance. Furthermore, exposure during that critical window to as few as 1 to 2 doses of certain phthalates can lead to later life effects consistent with phthalate syndrome, including severe reproductive tract malformations and testicular pathology. And those effects are occurring well after cessation of exposure. For dose response, for all of the phthalates except for DINP and DIDP, we observed really good dose response concordance for essentially all of the 7 key outcomes. In the case of DINP, there were some inconsistencies. So we did observe consistent disruptions of fetal testicular steroidogenesis. However, there were inconsistencies in reductions in malpupine and genital distance and formation of or incidence of seminiferous tubular atrophy, and hypospadias have not been observed for DINP. Next slide, please. Okay, now just talking a bit more about the strength of the evidence. So again, we observed really consistent evidence for all of the phthalates except for DIDP that exposure during that critical window leads to a disruption of steroidogenesis. And then for all of the phthalates except for DINP and DIDP, we observed very consistent evidence of effects consistent with phthalate syndrome across the key outcomes. As I mentioned on the previous slide, there were some inconsistencies for DINP. So for example, there's inconsistencies in whether or not DINP causes a reduction in genital distance and whether or not it causes hypospadias. Also important to note here that is that we observed really consistent evidence of no effect for DIDP. For biologic plausibility, I think it's important to note here that there's a conserved role for androgen action across mammalian species, including humans, and androgen action, androgen sufficiency is relatively well described in humans. So for example, mutations in the 5-alpha reductase gene can result in male pseudohermaphroditism and even delay development of certain sexual characteristics. There's also some similarities between rat phthalate syndrome and the hypothesized human testicular dysgenesis syndrome, which includes effects such as infertility, decreased sperm counts, and other severe reproductive tract malformations. The etiology of this testicular dysgenesis syndrome in humans is unknown. There's a couple of notable uncertainties here. I think most notably is the clear species differences in sensitivity. So for example, the rat's clearly a sensitive model. There's a limited number of in vivo data that indicates the rabbit may also be sensitive, whereas the marmoset is not. In the case of mice, generally available in vivo studies indicate that exposure during that critical window does not disrupt fetal testicular steroidogenesis. However, we do observe some later life effects consistent with phthalate syndrome. So for example, reductions in anogenital distance have been observed in a limited number of studies. Hypospadias have been observed in a study, and one study also reported a dose-dependent increase in MNGs. And presumably all these effects in mice are occurring in the absence of a disruption of steroidogenesis. Another uncertainty is that we don't necessarily know the full mode of action, so we don't have that molecular initiating event. And fully defining that mode of action would help us better understand, human relevance across species, and it might help explain some of these species sensitivities. Next slide, please. Okay, so based upon the weight of evidence and the consistency in which we observed induction of the various key outcomes for all of the phthalates, except for DIDP. EPA is proposing that all of the phthalates except for DIDP are toxicologically similar. However, we do note here that DINP is, clearly less potent than other phthalates in this grouping. And as part of charge question 8, we're asking SACC to weigh in on this proposal. Next slide, please. Okay, now I want to talk briefly about evidence of co-exposure. At this stage in the process, EPA has conducted a relatively high-level review of a couple of data sources, including CDC's National Health and Nutrition Evaluation Surveys, or NHANES data sets. Some of that data is shown off here in the table to the right. And as you can see, generally the percent of samples below the limit of detection is extremely low, demonstrating recent human co-exposure to all of the phthalates except for DCHP. And in the case of DCHP, its metabolite monocycle hexylphthalate was excluded from NHANES after that 2009-2010 survey year due to a low frequency of detection and low detection levels. However, based upon a DCHP's identified industrial, commercial, and consumer uses, EP anticipates that there may be co-exposure to DCHP and the other phthalates in the cumulative chemical group for certain populations and certain exposure scenarios. So based upon our preliminary review of CDC's NHANES data sets and the industrial, commercial, and consumer uses of all of the phthalates, EPA anticipates that there may be co-exposure to all 7 of the phthalates under evaluation, at least for certain populations and exposure scenarios. And as part of charge question 9, we're asking SACC to weigh in on this proposal. Next slide, please. Okay, so based upon evidence of toxicologic similarity and evidence of co-exposure, ultimately, EPA is proposing to include all of the phthalates except for DIDP in its cumulative chemical group. And again, DIDP is excluded because it's not toxicologically similar. And as part of charge question 10, we're asking for SACC to weigh in on this proposed cumulative chemical group. Next slide, please. Okay, so next I'm going to talk relatively briefly about a couple of options for addressing phthalate syndrome. Next slide, please. Okay, so in that 2008 National Research Council report on phthalates, the report outlines kind of 2 options for addressing phthalate syndrome. That is, you can address the syndrome as a whole, or you can focus on the most sensitive effects. When addressing the syndrome as a whole, this approach requires individual pup level data. And there's kind of 2 sub-options for this approach, addressing the syndrome as a whole. So sub-option A involves evaluating individual pup level data. So this is pups that were exposed in utero or perinatally. You have to evaluate data for each individual pup for evidence or absence of effects consistent with phthalate syndrome. And each pup is then scored as having the syndrome or not having the syndrome. So option A does not take into account severity of the effects being observed. Then for option B, again, individual pups are evaluated. However, for this option, a severity score is developed, or a severity scale is developed, and then each pup is classified as having the syndrome or not and scored for severity of the effects. And the primary challenge with this approach of addressing the syndrome as a whole is really that it requires individual pup level data, and a lot of that data isn't available for publicly available studies, with one exception being that any studies conducted by ORD or NTP or other federal agencies, we could probably obtain that individual pup level data. The other option here is to focus on the most sensitive effects. To determine the most sensitive effect, it really requires comparative dose response analyses to be conducted to identify the most sensitive common effect across chemicals in the cumulative chemical group. And again, one challenge with this approach is that no single outcome may be identified as the most sensitive. Really, though, at this stage, based on the strengths and challenges of these approach, it is EPA's preference to focus on the most sensitive effect and then conduct comparative dose response analyses to really hopefully identify a single most sensitive effect. As part of charge question 11, we're asking SACC to weigh in on this. Next slide, please. Okay, so next I'm going to be touching on the applicability of dose addition for phthalates. Next slide. Okay, so as outlined in our proposed principles document, we're proposing to use dose addition as the default approach when evaluating toxicologically similar chemicals under TSCA. However, there is a 2008 NRC report, and there's a lot of actual evidence that supports application of dose addition for the phthalates. So in that 2008 NRC report, NRC evaluated a number of in vivo mixture studies that evaluated mixtures of either phthalates or antiandrogens, or mixtures of phthalates and other antiandrogens with mixed modes of action. And ultimately, NRC concluded that those studies provide relatively strong empirical evidence to support use of dose addition for phthalates. And since that 2008 NRC report, cumulative risk assessments conducted by other regulatory bodies, have all used dose addition. I'd also like to note here that since the publication of that 2008 NRC report, a number of additional in vivo phthalate mixture studies and mixture studies of phthalates and other antiandrogens with mixed modes of action have been published, some of which are listed here on the slide and discussed in our proposed approach documents. And these newer in vivo mixture studies continue to provide empirical evidence supporting use of dose addition for phthalates. So ultimately, for phthalates, we're proposing to evaluate the cumulative chemical group under an assumption of dose addition. And we're asking SACC to weigh in on this as part of charge question 12. Next slide, please. Okay, now I want to talk just briefly about approaches for characterizing cumulative risk. So there's kind of two approaches that are generally used at EPA, including the hazard index approach and the relative potency factor approaches. So for the hazard index approach, it involves calculating a hazard quotient for each individual chemical component in the mixture of interest. So the hazard quotient is just the ratio of an exposure estimate to that of a reference value, which could be an inhalation reference concentration or oral reference dose. And then hazard quotients are summed across chemical components to calculate a hazard index. And the way this is interpreted is just a hazard index greater than 1 indicates potential concern. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the relative potency factor approach, this approach generally requires chemicals being evaluated that you have information that demonstrates that they share a known or suspected common mode of action. So the way this approach works is an RPF is calculated for each individual chemical component. So the RPF is just a ratio of the potency of the index chemical to that of each individual chemical component. And here the index chemical is just generally the best studied or characterized chemical in the group. And then chemical component doses are scaled to the potency of that index chemical and expressed in terms of index chemical equivalents and summed. Then just a margin of exposure approach can be used to characterize risk. Next slide, please. Okay, so both the hazard index and RPF approaches have been used as part of previous phthalates cumulative risk assessments conducted by various regulatory bodies. However, it's important to note here that in 2008, NRC did recommend against the use of RPFs for phthalates due to several observations, such that some of the phthalates and other antiandrogens had differing shape and slope dose response curves for certain outcomes within the phthalate syndrome. However, I think the science here has evolved a bit, and EPA's thinking of when to apply an RPF approach has evolved. So, for example, generally now, establishment of a known or suspected common mode of action is considered more fundamental to applying an RPF approach versus demonstrating all chemical components have congruent dose response curves. It's also now common practice to derive relative potency factors, close to the low dose range of the dose response function to help reduce possible high dose influences such as saturation of certain kinetic processes, such as receptor binding or excretion. So ultimately, EPA is proposing to use a more refined relative potency factor approach for the phthalates. And we're asking SACC to weigh in on this as part of charge question 13. Next slide, please. Okay, now I just want to talk relatively briefly about some of the strengths and uncertainties of the key outcomes data sets as they may potentially be used to derive relative potency factors. So for the first two key outcomes, reduced steroidogenic gene expression and reduced fetal testicular testosterone, these key outcomes have a number of strengths. So they play an early role in the phthalate syndrome mode of action. Both of these key outcomes also have good dose response data. And there's actually been comparative dose response studies conducted. So these strengths in general increase EPA's confidence at this point in using these data sets to derive relative potency factors. For some of the postnatal outcomes, so reduced anogenital distance, nipple retention, hypospadias, and seminiferous tubule atrophy, these postnatal outcomes, these data sets have their own sets of strengths. However, they also have a number of uncertainties and limitations, which reduce EPA's confidence in using these outcomes for deriving relative potency factors. So for example, there's some inconsistency in how anogenital distance and nipple retention is reported, which make comparisons across study difficult. For multinucleated gonocyte formation, for this key outcome, there's a number of uncertainties and limitations. There's uncertainty related to the biological significance of the effect and its underlying mode of action. There's also no dose response data available for two of the phthalates in the cumulative chemical group. And there's variability in outcome reporting, which really reduces EPA's confidence in using this outcome for driving RPFs. And we're not actually further proposing to consider this key outcome for RPF derivation. Next slide, please. Okay, so at this point, EPA is considering 6 potential options for deriving relative potency factors, which were developed to address the challenge that no single outcome may be identified as the most sensitive across phthalates in the cumulative chemical group. So options 1 through 4 involve deriving RPFs based on reduced fetal testicular gene expression and testosterone, while options 5 and 6 involve deriving RPFs based on postnatal effects. So for options 1 through 4, they're all similar and related, but with some key differences. So for example, options 1 and 3 involve benchmark dose modeling data from individual studies, while options 2 and 4 involve combining data from similar studies prior to modeling. Another key difference here is that for options 1 and 2, RPFs would be derived for effects on testosterone and gene expression independently, while for options 3 and 4, a composite relative potency factor approach based on both effects would be derived. This composite RPF approach may be preferable if RPFs are found to be variable across key outcomes. And finally, for options 5 and 6, which again, these options are interrelated, with the one key difference being that individual studies would be benchmark dose modeled for option 5, while data from studies of similar design would be combined prior to modeling for option 6. And for both options, we're only proposing to use a composite RPF approach. Here, I'd also like to note for options 5 and 6, which deal with those postnatal outcomes, it is important to note that there's a number of areas of uncertainty and limitation associated with these key outcomes. And as we really dig into the data sets and begin to conduct some additional dose response modeling, if there's too much variability or uncertainties in these data sets, options 5 and 6 might prove untenable. And as part of charge question 14, we're asking for SACC input on these 6 options. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I want to talk about step 2 in the conceptual model, which is to identify populations with increased susceptibility to phthalate syndrome. Next slide, please. Okay, so as part of the individual phthalate risk evaluations, EPA will conduct consumer, occupational, and general population exposure assessments. And as part of each of these assessments, we'll be evaluating exposure to consumers, workers, and the general population. But within these populations, EPA has identified a number of susceptible subpopulations or pests. So at this stage, EPA is proposing to focus its cumulative risk assessments on pests that have been identified with increased susceptibility to the developmental and reproductive effects associated with phthalate syndrome. These include pregnant women, women of reproductive age, male infants, male toddlers, and male children. And as part of charge question 15, we're asking for SACC's input on these proposed populations. Next slide, please. Okay, so now just to quickly summarize our proposed approach, EPA is proposing to group all of the phthalates except for DIDP into a cumulative chemical group. Again, DIDP is excluded because it's not toxicologically similar. We're also proposing to address phthalate syndrome by focusing on the most sensitive effects and to evaluate phthalates for cumulative risk under an assumption of dose addition using a relative potency factor approach. And finally, we're proposing to focus our cumulative risk assessments on pests with increased susceptibility to phthalate syndrome. So this includes populations such as pregnant women, women of reproductive age, male infants, male toddlers, and male children. With that, I can turn it back over to Dr. Schlenk for any questions.
Okay, we are open for questions. Again, please raise your hand and state your name. Again, these are, and please just be reminded, these are questions of clarification. Please hold your comments on sort of recommendations until we get to the charge questions later on in the week. Any questions for this presentation? Dr. Zoda, I have you first.
Thank you so much for that very thorough presentation. So my question has to do with the identification of susceptible populations. And I understand there are kind of these a priori susceptible populations, which perhaps seem to be related to biological susceptibility. So that's the reproductive age women, pregnant women, male infants, toddlers, and children. And then you, both in the document and the presentation, you say kind of there will be this other step where you'll do some type of exposure assessment to identify populations that may be disproportionately exposed. But it's not clear to me how those two processes are interacting in this approach. So why is, I guess I'm just trying to understand how kind of the a priori pests will kind of interact with those perhaps that are empirically shown to have elevated exposures. Thank you.
Yeah, have an answer?
Hi, this is Micah Arshiro. I will touch a little bit on the selection of the populations. So I do want to mention that in the individual risk evaluations, we'll have sort of a separate sort of test process in which susceptible subpopulations susceptible to each of the individual phthalates will be covered there. And so for our cumulative risk assessment in the current proposal, we have gotten to the point of identifying those populations that are susceptible, as you say, to phthalate syndrome. And so that is what we are currently proposing. And that may be expanded depending on the process of our individual risk evaluations, which will feed in to our cumulative risk assessment as well. And so that process is sort of right now in individual risk evaluations and also the cumulative risk assessments as well. And so I can't speak to how they will directly inform each other at this point, but they will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Chasen.
Hello, this is Dr. Chris Chasen. Thanks for the presentation. Your presentations are always very helpful. I just would like you to speak to a definition. I just have a little bit of confusion. You have in your header for listing out the approaches general population, but then under general population, it seems to imply fence line, which I thought was a unique population, which had already been identified as sort of were at risk. So could you just clarify this? What looks like, it looks like you're defining fence line as being representative of general population exposure. That's just, could you speak to that? I'm just very confused by that.
Hi, this is Mike Arashiro again. For our definitions for the purposes of the proposed approach document, our fence line communities were considered a part of the general population. So general population being a much more broader category as far as population goes. And specifically for the cumulative risk assessment, we are looking for the fence line population, and we explained that it was because we had anticipated that this might be a higher exposed population. And we do mention in our proposed approach as well that our general population, and specifically for the fence line, that our approach is not finalized, and we are looking for input from the SACC there as well. Thank you for your question, Dr. Chasen.
Could I just follow up just to make sure I understand? So you're not considering, I'm not arguing the point. I just want to be sure I understand. You're at this stage, at least, not considering fence line as a unique population sort of that would go under PES. And is that consistent with the approach of the discussions under fence line? Once again, I'm not debating. I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding how you're presenting it.
This is Mike Arashiro. So I don't want to speak to how they might occur in the individual risk evaluations. So that would be a separate consideration of what pests are identified there. But fence line communities are considered sort of a unique population, once again, as a subset of the general population. And so for a cumulative risk assessment, they could be considered a susceptible subpopulation that has higher exposure as part of the general population.
Okay. Dr. Zodi, your hand's still up. I'm not sure you
No, sorry, I just need to take it down. Apologies.
Oh, no worries. Okay. Dr. Kissel?
Yeah, in the presentation, many dose levels were discussed, but dose route was not explicitly stated. Were those exclusively oral dosing studies, or are there some dermal or inhalation studies blended in?
Anthony Les, thanks for that question, Dr. Kissel. It's a good clarification. Yeah, so in considering which studies to evaluate, we cast kind of a pretty broad net. So we looked at, guideline and non-guideline studies, studies occurring via any exposure route, so oral, inhalation, or dermal. But really, we only identified oral exposure studies that covered an exposure that touched upon that critical window of development. So all the data I discussed in this presentation was for oral exposure studies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wyckoff?
Hi, thank you. So I've got a couple questions, and one is a little bit of a build on the question that was just asked. How was reliability or some of the aspects of systematic review considered in these analyses? So, for example, you just mentioned you use guideline and non-guideline. Did you consider, strength based on critical appraisal?
This is Anthony Les. Thanks for that question, Dr. McCoff. Yeah, it's another good clarification. Yeah, so at this stage, systematic review efforts are ongoing, and we haven't, completed systematic review for any of the phthalates. So really how we identified studies was through review of previous assessments. And at this stage, we haven't taken into consideration any sort of, formal data quality evaluation of those studies or the underlying data.
Okay, thank you. And then earlier in your slides, you presented, you went through a number of endpoints and talked about having consistent dose response. And I wondered if you could say a little bit more about what that meant. I don't understand that dose response modeling has been done on everything. And so I had questions like, are curves parallel? Do you have max response? Or is it just that you see higher response at higher doses?
This is Anthony Les. Thanks for that question, Dr. Wyckoff. Yeah, again, it's kind of like the former of what you said. So we haven't conducted a lot of dose response modeling at this stage. So we can't really speak to, parallel or shape of the curves. It's really just, as dose increased, we observed consistent increases in response.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question for now is, so, in the early 30 slides, one of the, you had some indications about RPS regularly being used by EPA. And I was wondering if, which programs you're talking about or chemicals, and in particular, did you model what you did for phthalates on any of the, other RPFs developed by the agency or used by the agency?
Yeah, so I think, we look to a lot of guidance from OPP in this area since they regularly apply a relative potency factor approach. At this stage, though, for the RPFs, we've just kind of proposed 6 options based upon kind of our initial assessment of some of the strengths and uncertainties of the underlying data sets for the key outcomes. So we actually haven't done any work to actually derive RPFs yet.
Right, okay.
Considering.
Tony, could I make a comment?
Hey, Glenn.
This is Earl.
Could you please state your name?
This is Earl Gray. In response to Danielle's question about dose response modeling, in the information I provided as a background for Tony and the rest of the group, we did do dose response logistic regression modeling on all of the endpoints that were presented there. And I think some of that's described in the appendices.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Okay, Dr. Payne-Sturgis.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's still pretty bad. Why don't you, I think you're gonna have to do the written thing again.
Okay, I'll submit that. Thank you. And
Okay.
thanks for the presentation for EPA just now. I will type in my question. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Braun.
Hi, thanks. I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want to confirm. So was there any consideration given to other health endpoints to look at besides phthalate syndrome? There's a considerable body of literature in humans about phthalates and phthalate mixtures in relationship to preterm birth. And I don't know if there's comparable literature in rodents or comparable animal model of it. But I wanted to know if that was considered or if that's something that could be considered, given that there's some pretty robust evidence of that for human studies.
Anthony Les, thanks, Dr. Braun. Yeah, so at this stage, we did a lot of review of previous assessments in which health outcomes they focused on. And I think really the key for a cumulative risk assessment is really focusing on the commonalities across chemicals. So where are there common exposure pathways, and also where are there common toxicological effects across all of the chemicals in the cumulative chemical group. And really, at this stage, when we reviewed available data, we felt as though the most robust, reasonably available data set to support like a common outcome across, all of the phthalates was phthalate syndrome. And I think it's also important to note here as part of the individual phthalate risk evaluation, we'll be doing further evaluation and consideration of, more of the toxicological outcomes associated with exposure to phthalates. So really at this stage, we can't really comment too much more on that, but welcome your feedback and input.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Actually, so Dr. Hattersall had a nice recommendation for you, Dr. Payne-Sturgis. Maybe you should call in. So that way we could at least hear your oral questions. Maybe that's a better connection than your Wi-Fi connection is for the laptop. So I'll go ahead and read this next one, but maybe that might be an option for the future questions anyway. So let's go with that. Dr. Cobb, you're next.
Thank you. This is George Cobb. I was curious about the effects for exposures that were not for the most sensitive group. I understand that that's really a good thing to do when we're getting to this level and trying to figure out how to regulate for the most sensitive populations. However, if we find that there is a risk and can be reduced for perhaps by one condition of use or one phthalate removal, that then would kick you to the next most sensitive exposure group. And what do we do then? Or what do you do then? And I was wondering if there was any mention of or plan to mention the relative potency to other groups or other life stages. And I hope that made sense.
Mike Arashira. Thank you for the question, Dr. Cobb. So I do want to mention that all relevant life stages and pathways and routes of exposure and the different conditions of use will be considered, and other endpoints as well in individual phthalate risk evaluations. So once again, we do have currently 8 individual phthalate risk evaluations in the process. And so in our cumulative risk assessment, we do look at a subset of some of those populations, exposure pathways, and endpoints. But in our individual risk evaluations, we will be considering a more expanded view on health endpoints and relevant exposure pathways. And I will turn it over to Tony to discuss some of the relative potency of that. Thank you.
Hey, this is Anthony Les. Yeah, it's a good question about whether or not we might, consider relative potency across different life stages and sensitive groups. It is an area, I think we're not really ready to discuss yet, but it is also something that we'd more than welcome input from the SACC on how to do that and those considerations.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rollins.
Hi, thanks. And those presentations are extremely informative. I appreciate and very clearly spoken out. My question kind of relates to two things. One is you talk about the CCGs having similar toxicological, chemical similar toxicological properties, meaning in the way you spoke about, of course, is the similar adverse outcomes. And so that would group them together. And I'm wondering how much did this inform the principles document, the phthalate CRA, and in terms of what else could be considered similar toxicology or similar categories of chemicals? Is it only based on similar toxicology, adverse outcomes, or things such as structure, toxicokinetics, different properties, maybe in vitro assays, similar biology? I'm trying to wonder, is this being limited and seems to be limited in how you spoke about this toxicological meant an adverse outcome, unless I got this wrong.
Thanks, Dr. Rollins. This is Anthony Les. Yeah, so we have a section on tox similarity in the principles document, and that really informs our proposed approach for the phthalate. So it talks about evidence existing along a continuum, and at this stage, we're really we're not really limiting ourselves to anything. A lot of data from a lot of different study types can inform toxicologic similarity. In the case of the phthalates, we talk about common adverse effects, so effects on the developing male reproductive system. But there's a lot of mechanistic evidence to support that as well. So really, the pieces to support toxicologic similarity, they could come from a lot of different data sources.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try Dr. Payne Sturgis. Did you try the phone option?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better.
Oh, wow. Thank you for that. Sorry, so sorry. Yes, so thank you again for that presentation. I had a couple of questions. You all had reiterated that there will not be a risk determination being derived directly from the cumulative risk evaluation, but instead the results from the CRA regarding the phthalates here would be used to inform the individual risk evaluations. But I didn't quite see in the document a description about how you were going to, or how EPA was planning to do that. So my question was just to ask a little bit more detail what will be EPA's approach for using the CRA to inform those individual risk evaluations? And, what are your thoughts about, how would you go about making those comparisons between the individual risk evaluation or the risk assessments and the CRA? What will you consider?
Hi, it's Jeff Morris. Thanks a lot for the question. The short answer is we don't know yet. We are under the statute required to make a risk determination for the individual chemicals that we prioritize. So for those individual phthalates, we'll evaluate and determine whether or not we can make an unreasonable risk determination, what the determination will be. How the phthalates cumulative assessment will inform that determination will depend on what we find when we get to that stage in the process. But we'll just need to, per the statute, take it one step at a time. First, complete the individual evaluations, and of course, we're taking the additional step here of doing the cumulative, and we'll see how the cumulative informs that determination and then subsequent risk management process. So we're learning here, first time, but we're looking forward to getting your advice on this framework and this approach, and then of course we'll also look for advice on the individual risk evaluations as they move forward. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. If it's possible, I had one other question.
Sure. Yep. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So this question is about the relative potency factor approach. In the document, EPA is saying that RF relative potency factors can be applied for chemicals with dissimilar dose response curves, right? As the establishment of a known or suspected common MOA shared by the members of the class of compounds is considered more fundamental. And here I just wanted to get clarification. What does EPA mean by MOA in this context? Is it something upstream? Is it something downstream? And then, what does, quote, more fundamental mean? Thank you.
I think it would be helpful maybe if you noted either a slide or a page number where you're referring to on exactly how we've used the word fundamental. I think this is Anna Lowett, by the way, I'm sorry. I think Tony was pretty clear in his presentation that the mode of action for the phthalates is not formally been established, although there's a vast amount of information on some of the key events that occur prior to some of those adverse outcomes. So if you can help us with a page number or a slide number to answer your question, that would be helpful.
Certainly, it's in section 433 in the phthalates document.
Okay, if we can look at that and maybe answer the next question and come back to it, if that's okay with Dr. Schlenk.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to break for lunch after this anyway, so that'll give you a chance to go back and take a look at that one for sure. Mark, you had your hand up. You still?
Yeah, I think I'm good. Dr. Lowe just answered my question. Thank you.
Great. Okay, Dr. Hertzberg.
Yeah, this concerns I guess some of the sense of the previous questions. Do you have studies on whole mixtures? Or is the mixture comparison in one of the previous questions just the component-based dose additive mixture assessment and then how that would inform the single chemical evaluations? Or do you actually have whole mixture evaluations itself?
Hi, Dr. Hertzberg. This is Anthony Les. Yes, there's actually a number of, well, I think maybe around 3 or 4 whole mixture studies conducted with phthalates. There's also a number of whole mixture studies conducted with mixtures of phthalates and other antiandrogens. It's actually a pretty well studied effect, so antiandrogenicity in the whole mixtures realm, I guess you could say.
Well, if I could just follow up, that's not included in the principles document. So I wonder if that's something that could be added, of how such studies would be done or evaluated and how they might inform the single chemicals.
Yeah, I think we mentioned whole mixtures in the principles, but we also discuss it, to some extent at length in the proposed approach for the phthalates.
Okay. Any other questions or clarification? Okay, so it looks like it's 25 past the hour. According to schedule, we're due for a lunch break, so let's go ahead and do that for an hour, and we can meet at, I believe it would be, what's that? Back to 1:25 Eastern time. And we'll pick up presentation 3. In the meantime, yeah, the agency can get back with the question from Dr. Payne Sturgis. That'd be great. Okay, so let's break for lunch, and I'll be back in an hour.
1960. 1960.
Can you all ensure to mute your lines? We just heard someone yell out some numbers. Please mute your lines, please.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had a nice break. At this point, I'd like to do a roll call for the committee to make sure everybody's back. So just answer present as I call your name. I'll do it alphabetically. Dr. Apte?
Present.
Dr. Baker?
Present.
Dr. Blystone?
Present.
Dr. Chasen? Dr. Chasen?
Present, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Dr. Cobb?
Present.
Dr. Davies?
Present.
Dr. Hager Bernays?
Present.
Dr. Johnson?
Present.
Dr. Kissel? Dr. Kissel? Okay. Dr. Mazurlian?
Present.
Dr. Prisbilla?
Present.
Dr. Rife? Dr. Rife? Dr. Rollins?
Present.
Dr. Voorhees?
Present.
Dr. Babbage?
Present.
Dr. Braun?
Present.
Dr. Kalfat?
Present.
Dr. Chapin?
Present.
Dr. David?
Present.
Dr. Engel?
Present.
Dr. Fox?
Present.
Dr. Hertzberg? Dr. Hertzberg?
Present.
Oh, thanks. Dr. Hadishel?
Present.
Dr. Kwok?
Present.
Dr. Payne Sturgis? Dr. Payne Sturgis. Okay, Dr. Tan?
Present.
Wyckoff?
Present.
Dr. Zoda?
Present.
Okay, I think we have enough for a quorum, so that should be good to go. Although I believe Dr. Payne Sturgis had a question for the agency that was going to get back to her, so I guess we should wait until she gets back before and get the answer there. Dr. Payne Sturgis, you back?
Yes,
you
I
are.
was just connecting by phone.
Okay, got it. Good.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Lovett, do you have the response to the question? Or
Hi,
anything?
this was. I'm actually going to ask Dr. Glenn Rice to come off mute, and he's going to respond to the question.
Okay, great.
Hey, thanks, Anthony. This is Glenn Rice from EPA. And I think the answer to Dr. Sturgis' question is the idea is that the mode of action, the information that you would use to inform that can be considered as kind of a continuum. As the evidence base increases and the concordance of that evidence across perhaps different species or different tests, et cetera, increases, it would also increase the confidence in the idea of grouping those chemicals based on mode of action. So the overall idea would be that this evidence is on a continuum, and we'd be looking at making those sorts of comparisons based on the available evidence for each of those chemicals. The second point I'd like to make is one that Dr. Rowland raised regarding the importance of toxicokinetics in the grouping decisions. And I say that I would completely agree with Dr. Rowland, and that does need to be a consideration in our approach. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Is it possible for me to just add one other comment in response to that? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear.
If it's a comment, you that's sort of what we provide for the questions. This is sort of a more of a questioning period, so you can ask a question for clarification per se, but.
That's okay, then I will reserve for later. Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Chapin?
Thank you very much. Just a quick question for the agency, and this may wind up going to Earl, and that is whether there's been an attempt to measure or an understanding of what the sex hormones are in female fetuses. And do we need to be concerned about testosterone synthesis in female fetuses or estradiol synthesis in female fetuses?
Okay, Bob, this is Earl.
Hey, Earl.
Some studies a while ago, we did measure hormone production in gestational day 18 female fetuses, the same way in which we measure that in males, and we did not find any testosterone production. And in terms of estradiol, I think at the time, the RIA kits that we're using are not sensitive in the low dose range, and those would need to be repeated and estradiol measured by LCMS. But we did not detect any measurable testosterone in female ovaries or male or female adrenals.
Okay, very helpful, Earl. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions regarding presentations 1 and 2? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and move on to our third presentation, which will be presented by Maika Arashiro. Get the slides up. There we go. Great.
Hi, everybody. I am Maika Arashiro, and I am an exposure assessor in the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxic. And today I'll be presenting on part 2 of the overview of the draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalate under TSCA. Next slide, please. So once again, a quick thank you to all who contributed to this work. In addition to all the names listed here, we had input from many offices across the EPA through an internal review process. Next slide, please. So in the part 1 presentation, Tony covered steps 1 and 2 and also discussed options for addressing phthalate syndrome, use of dose addition for phthalates, and approaches for characterizing cumulative risk. In this part 2, I will cover the remaining steps 3 to 10. So although many steps in the process are shown in the conceptual model or a general overview of a proposed approach for conducting a cumulative risk assessment, not all are necessarily detailed in the document nor in this presentation, because many of the steps are dependent on things like literature review, completion of prior steps, and input from individual risk evaluations, which are not at this time completed. Additionally, the conceptual model is not necessarily meant to be all inclusive, as there may be other decisions affecting a cumulative risk assessment, which are part of the individual risk evaluation process and detailed in potentially other EPA documents not presented here today. Next slide, please. So picking back up from where we left off in part 1, step 3 is to identify TSCA conditions of use and other sources of exposure that are relevant to cumulative exposure and releases. This step relies on the conditions of use identified in the individual phthalate scope documents and literature review to identify any other relevant exposures. Step 4 is to build exposure scenarios for TSCA conditions of use for individual phthalates and for various pathways of exposure. What's presented in the conceptual model are merely examples of exposure pathways, and they do not necessarily represent the actual pathways for phthalates. Because step 3 is dependent on literature reviews and step 4 will be completed in individual risk evaluations, they will not be presented in great detail here in this presentation. Next slide, please. Instead, we will focus on step 5, which is the estimation of exposure using a scenario-based approach, for what we have defined in the document as non-attributable and non-TSCA sources of exposure. I'll discuss these definitions as part of the key concepts relevant to exposure, and then move on to an overview of the proposed use of a scenario-based approach for estimating these exposures, and then an overview of the use of this reverse dosimetry for estimating these exposures. Next slide, please. Next, we'll look at steps 6 through 10. Step 6 includes identifying major pathways of exposures for each phthalate for inclusion in the cumulative estimate, but this is largely dependent on the completion of the exposure assessment for individual phthalates. Step 7 is the determination of co-exposure across all phthalates and includes the consideration of the likelihood of co-exposure within a relevant time frame. And then steps 8 to 10 get us from the estimations of individual exposures to cumulative risk by converting individual exposures to index chemical equivalents, combining exposures across pathways and phthalates, and finally calculating a margin of exposure for comparison to a benchmark MOE to estimate cumulative risk. Next slide, please. In our document and in this presentation, we will focus primarily on steps 7 and 9, with a discussion on determining potential co-exposure across various conditions of use for consumers, workers, and general population, and proposing reasonable ways to combine exposures for those populations. I will then summarize the entirety of the proposed approach. Next slide, please. So before we dive into the steps of the proposed approach, I'd first like to cover some key concepts that are relevant to the exposure assessment. Next slide, please. So there are a few key concepts defined in the proposed approach document, but here I would really like to highlight those that are specific to conducting the exposure assessment for a cumulative risk assessment under TSCA. First, a TSCA COU exposure, which we have defined as an exposure that is attributable to a specific condition of use, also known as a COU, where a COU is statutorily defined as the circumstances as determined by the administrator under which a chemical substance is intended, known, or reasonably foreseen to be manufactured, processed, distributed in commerce, used, or disposed of. Next, a non-TSCA exposure, which is an exposure that can be attributed to specific activity excluded from the TSCA definition of a chemical substance under TSCA section 3.2, and thus would preclude them from being considered TSCA COUs. So these things might include pesticides. Oh, I'm not sure. Someone needs to be muted. These things include things like pesticides, foods, food additives, drugs, cosmetics, or medical devices. And finally, the last category that we have defined in our document is the non-attributable exposures, which are the exposures that cannot always be specifically attributed to the TSCA COU or non-TSCA source of exposure category. So things that may fall under this non-attributable category include things like household dust, which may be attributable to a myriad of sources and which may include TSCA and non-TSCA sources. EPA is asking for input regarding the clarity of these key concepts, along with others described in the document in charge question 6. So starting on this slide, I'd like to bring attention to the green box in the upper right-hand corner, which states the relevant charge questions, and the blue box in the lower right-hand corner, which states the relevant sections associated with the information on the slide. So in any following slide, these boxes will appear for slides that have an associated section and or a charge question associated with them. Next slide, please. Now that we have covered the key concepts, before we begin looking into the details of the proposed approach, I want to bring attention to our overall goal of the proposed approach, which is to estimate cumulative risk as shown in step 10 to the right here. So there are many steps preceding it, but in general, we propose to get to cumulative risk by combining exposures across the various categories of exposures that I just detailed in the previous slide and shown in step 9 for all of the relevant phthalates. Of important note here is that exposures, although combined, will need to be identified as attributable to TSCA or non-TSCA for regulatory purposes. And this is because EPA may not regulate non-TSCA uses. However, incidental effects of the regulations on non-TSCA uses is not prohibited. And in fact, potential risks of non-TSCA uses may help inform risk determinations for TSCA uses as stated in EPA's risk evaluation rule. Next slide, please. So with the overall goals stated, next we'll look specifically at steps 4 to 5 in our conceptual model. As stated previously, we'll focus primarily on step 5, which will deal with estimating exposures for our non-TSCA and non-attributable sources of exposure and the ways in which to estimate them. Next slide, please. So step 4, shown here to the left, is estimating exposures that is attributable to TSCA, whether it be for our consumer, occupational, or general populations, and the conditions of use associated with them for various routes, exposure pathways, and different phthalates. And as mentioned before, this will be completed in individual risk evaluations and other subpopulations that may be subpopulations of these various categories of populations may also be considered. And so that includes women, children, fence line populations as well. A scenario building approach is utilized to estimate these exposures for TSCA COUs. And because they will be completed in individual risk evaluation, we're not going to detail that process in our proposed approach since we'll focus on the cumulative risk assessment portion. And as stated previously, pathways shown here are only examples and once again do not reflect completion of an assessment of relevant pathways for phthalates. So instead, we're going to focus our proposed approach on step 5, shown here on the right, which is estimating exposures for the non-attributable and non-TSCA sources. I did still want to show both steps side by side to show that it'll be a combination of these different estimated exposures to get us to cumulative exposure as shown here at the top. And I do want to point out that you'll see the visuals of the consumer, occupational, and general population in purple, orange, and green later in the presentation as well, when we discuss the possibility for co-exposures within TSCA conditions of use. Next slide, please. So focusing on the combination of the different categories of exposure, here we show the proposed combination again. I want to focus on the differences in how each of these categories of exposure are currently estimated in our risk evaluation process. First, starting with the TSCA exposures. TSCA conditions of use are identified in individual phthalate scopes, which are already published. Prior to the development of a cumulative risk assessment, exposure scenarios for TSCA COUs will be completed at individual risk evaluations. The exposures are primarily estimated using a scenario-based approach. An aggregation of exposure across routes and/or conditions of use may occur in the individual risk evaluations. Next, for the non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures shown here to the right, individual risk evaluations may not include estimations of all exposures from these two sources. Exposures from non-attributable and non-TSCA sources thus may need to be estimated for the purposes of a cumulative risk assessment. Once again, non-TSCA exposures may not be directly regulated, but potential risks of non-TSCA uses may help inform the agency's risk determination for the exposures from uses that are covered under TSCA. And finally, US CPSC and Health Canada found that dietary sources, which are considered a non-TSCA source of exposure, were a major pathway of exposure, potentially highlighting the importance of considering non-TSCA sources as part of cumulative risk. Next slide, please. Because non-TSCA exposures and some non-attributable exposures may not be estimated in the individual risk evaluations, they may need to be estimated specifically for the purposes of cumulative risk. So we are going to discuss two approaches that could be used to estimate these exposures. First, I'll go over the scenario-based approach shown to the left, followed by a reverse dosimetry approach shown to the right. Next slide, please. So first, the scenario-based approach. As an overview, a scenario-based approach considers magnitude, frequency, duration, and relevant timeframes of exposure. It utilizes various models to estimate exposure concentrations in different media. And currently, EPA primarily utilizes a scenario-based approach to estimate exposures to TSCA COUs in our individual chemical risk evaluation. Looking at the graphic on the screen, estimates of exposure can be determined for each individual pathway shown, where estimates of indoor air, for example, can be estimated separately from estimates of something like dietary intake, which is shown. And all of those pathways are shown in these darker arrowed boxes. Next slide, please. Here we show some basic steps for utilizing a scenario-based approach to estimate exposure for a single phthalate and a single pathway, in which routes of exposure may be aggregated as appropriate. First, to compile concentrations of a phthalate in a chosen media, compiling human exposure factors that are specific to a population of interest, estimating route-specific exposures, estimating aggregate exposures, scaling those individual phthalate daily intakes to the relative potency of an index chemical, and then summing those scaled daily intake values to yield an estimate of our non-attributable or non-TSCA exposures that will be expressed as an index chemical equivalent. So combining exposures across pathways and across phthalates will be briefly described in upcoming slides in steps 7 and 9. Next slide, please. However, as a quick look ahead, this slide visually represents step 9 to show how exposures estimated using scenario building may be combined, where exposures associated with TSCA COUs, shown here in yellow, that are estimated using a scenario-based approach, could be combined with exposures associated with non-attributable and non-TSCA sources, shown in gray and red, respectively, that could also be estimated using a scenario-based approach. You can even think of the darker arrowed boxes, once again representing the pathways, which will be estimated separately as building blocks to estimate cumulative exposure, where the relevant ones would be combined in a reasonable manner for our relevant population of interest. Next slide, please. So EPA recognizes there are strengths and uncertainties utilizing a scenario-based approach under TSCA. So some of the strengths include that the exposures can be estimated for specific populations based on things like distinct behavior, exposure factors, etc., which is important when we identify our potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations. That scenario-based assessments are already used for individual risk evaluations, and fairly importantly for use under TSCA, that exposures can be estimated for individual sources, allowing for source apportionment. Once again, because EPA is required to conduct risk evaluations on a condition of use basis. Some of the uncertainties associated with utilizing a scenario-based approach is that monitoring data sources used for the approach may not be reflective of current exposures, but the models may utilize conservative assumptions leading to higher exposure estimates, and data availability and quality may vary for different phthalate concentrations in different environmental media. And another uncertainty is the use of different tier models for different exposure pathways may lead to uncertainty when combining exposures. And we are specifically asking for input on this uncertainty in charge question number 17. Next slide, please. Now to move on to a second proposed approach for estimating exposures is the use of biomonitoring data for reverse dosimetry. So as an overview, reverse dosimetry is the process of estimating an external exposure or intake dose using biomonitoring data. It does not distinguish between routes or pathways of exposures, instead providing an estimate of the total dose or an aggregate exposure responsible for the measured biomarker. And this total exposure may be considered non-attributable. Phthalate biomonitoring data is available for the US population by age through the CDC's National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, known as NHANES. Data are available for all phthalates in our proposed group, but not currently DCHP. A limitation of the available data from NHANES is that there is no biomonitoring data for infants, and generally too few pregnant women are sampled to support statistical analysis in survey years after 2005 to 2006. Next slide, please. In general, how reverse dosimetry can be used to estimate cumulative exposures is first by calculating daily intake values for each phthalate using the biomonitoring or urinary biomonitoring data. The equation is shown on the screen here, and it utilizes the measurements of metabolites in a urine sample associated with a parent phthalate. It also incorporates a creatinine adjustment for variations of analyte concentrations in urine among samples. Once individual phthalate intakes are estimated using that equation, they can be scaled to the relative potency of an index chemical and then summed to yield an estimate of non-attributable exposures. So again, these are the exposures that may not be directly attributable to TSCA or non-TSCA sources, being the nature of the NHANES data that may not be attributable. Next slide, please. Because the estimates of exposures will be non-attributable to a source, there may be necessary assumptions to utilize this approach under TSCA. Being able to identify exposures attributable specifically to TSCA COUs is necessary as stated previously. So some of the assumptions could include the first, for using reverse dosimetry under TSCA would be to assume that the central tendency of estimates of aggregate exposures that are estimated using reverse dosimetry does not include TSCA exposures. So under that assumption, exposures estimated from a TSCA condition of use in an individual risk evaluation could be added onto the central tendency estimate. Another assumption could be that the upper percentile may already include individuals with TSCA exposures, as well as highly exposed individuals with differences in kinetics that make them more susceptible to phthalate exposures. The use of the upper percentile as total exposures, already including TSCA COUs, would not allow for source apportionment of the TSCA exposure. Additionally, the use of the upper percentile assumes that the population sampled already includes individuals who work at or reside near facilities using and emitting phthalates, who maybe are higher exposed populations, and this may be an unreasonable assumption. So as an extension to that, in those instances, estimates of TSCA COU exposures could be added onto upper percentiles to account for those who may have higher exposure scenarios. Next slide, please. So visually, the use of reverse dosimetry may require addition of exposures estimated from TSCA COUs in our individual risk evaluations, shown here to our left, with estimates from reverse dosimetry, whether that be the central tendency or high-end estimates. There are uncertainties introduced by adding exposure estimates from scenario-based approaches and reverse dosimetry, and uncertainties of using our central tendency or our high-end estimates. So you see here again that we could consider the relevant pathways for TSCA COUs in the darker arrowed boxes here in orange as building blocks to combine with reverse dosimetry estimates, which would be an aggregated estimate. And we would not have the ability to know the pathways that are contributing to the aggregated estimates derived from biomonitoring data. Next slide, please. So with the discussion of the proposed approach to use reverse dosimetry, some of the strengths and uncertainty are as follows: that the use of reverse dosimetry may reflect current exposures in our sample populations, that it reflects uptake and accumulation in the body, and is used as a primary method by other agencies to determine cumulative risk for phthalates. However, it cannot be source apportioned, and it relies on the use of spot urine samples, which may not be representative of average daily exposure due to the fast elimination kinetics of phthalates. Urinary excretion factors are estimated from controlled human exposure studies conducted with a limited number of adult volunteers, and they may not be reflective of intraspecies variation in toxicokinetics. And finally, importantly for TSCA, there is limited data for populations of interest, which we had stated before, which are pregnant women, infants, and then looking at our potentially higher exposed populations of occupational and fence line populations. So given the uncertainties and limitations of the proposed reverse dosimetry approach, we are soliciting input from the SACC on its use in charge question 16B. Next slide, please. So next we'll move on to looking at a comparison of the two approaches. US CPSC and Health Canada estimated exposure using both approaches presented in the document. Here I am showing a table of daily intake values, both the median and 95th percentile estimated by US CPSC. So the first row under the median and 95th percentile shows the estimates from a scenario-based method, and subsequent rows show the intake estimated from NHANES data of various years. So some things of note are that intake values estimated from biomonitoring data vary based on the NHANES cycle used for analysis. So in updated NHANES analysis conducted by US CPSC to include years after the 2005 and 2006 cycle, the estimates of exposures varied. US CPSC found that estimates of scenario-based daily intake values were higher than those using the reverse dosimetry from the 2005-2006 NHANES biomonitoring data for several phthalates, including BBP and DINP, but not for all the phthalates. So with that, EPA recognizes that intake estimates using the two approaches may not be directly comparable. And so we are asking the SACC for their input on whether these estimates can or cannot be calibrated to each other. And this is in charge question 16C. Next slide, please. So I've already highlighted some uncertainties of both methods, and section 6324 in the document discusses many of the uncertainties associated with both proposed approaches in greater detail. But I just want to highlight a few again. And these are excerpted from table 6.5 to show them side by side. So again, the uncertainties of the scenario-based method are that the monitoring data sources may not be reflective of current exposures. There's lack of data for all phthalate concentrations in all environmental media, and models may utilize conservative assumptions that lead to higher exposure estimates. And for the reverse dosimetry, the uncertainties are that relies on the use of spot urine samples, the urinary excretion factor, and that it cannot be source apportioned. Next slide, please. So based on the strengths and uncertainties of both approaches, we propose to utilize the scenario building approach to estimate non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures, primarily for the reason of source apportionment necessary for identifying risks per COU under TSCA, but also use reverse dosimetry as a comparator for our scenario-based intake estimates. In other words, to help contextualize whether our scenario-based estimates are an over or underestimation of total exposure. So this would allow flexibility in using central tendency or high-end estimates to see what populations may be captured in the sampling populations of NHANES and whether it does or does not include TSCA COUs already. So we are asking in charge question 16A for input on this proposed approach. Next slide, please. So now that we have covered the proposed approach for estimating our non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures, we're going to return our focus to the TSCA COU exposures in the following slide, which will roughly cover steps 6 through 10 in the conceptual model. Next slide, please. So just to reorient us in the conceptual model, steps 6 through 10 will take us through identifying major pathways of exposure, determining co-exposure, and then combining exposure for cumulative risk. Step 6 is identifying the major pathways exposure for all categories, so our TSCA, non-TSCA, non-attributable, and determining the relative contributions of total exposure for each phthalate. So this step necessitates the completion of individual risk evaluations as major pathways would be identified after exposures are estimated for the various pathways of exposures and is dependent on the magnitude of these exposures. They may differ for different populations and for different phthalates. In the coming slides, I'll focus on step 7 and 9 and discuss proposed approaches to determine the likelihood of co-exposure, primarily within TSCA COUs for our consumers, our workers, and the general population. Steps 8 and 10 shown here will not be discussed in detail, but are part of the general approach that will be shown as I discuss our approach to determining co-exposures to estimate cumulative exposure and subsequently cumulative risk. Next slide, please. So starting with step 7, which is to identify or to determine co-exposure to an individual for multiple phthalates through multiple exposure pathways from different categories of exposures. Our approach focuses on the use of various data sources to determine potential co-exposures from TSCA COUs specifically. And this is looking at our consumer, occupational, and general population. Next, populations can be co-exposed to multiple phthalates within and between TSCA COUs. So meaning there may be multiple phthalates within a single condition of use, or there may be different phthalates encountered through multiple conditions of use. In the following slide, I'll focus specifically on determination of the likelihood of co-exposure for TSCA COUs, but co-exposures to multiple phthalates from non-attributable and non-TSCA sources are also considered in cumulative risk and will be shown in the proposed approach for estimating cumulative exposure. Next slide, please. So first, looking at our consumers, for TSCA COUs leading to exposure to consumer populations, some considerations of whether a consumer is co-exposed to multiple phthalates through the use of TSCA COUs through various routes of exposures and various pathways of exposures, the examples shown in the graphic, include but are not limited to whether a TSCA consumer uses multiple products, each containing a different phthalate, whether a consumer uses multiple products, each containing more than one phthalate, or whether a consumer uses a single product that contains multiple phthalates. Next slide, please. So to determine the possibility of co-exposures through any of the scenarios presented previously, the data sources we propose to use when available to determine if consumers are co-exposed to TSCA COUs include product formulation data, which can tell us if multiple phthalates are present in a single product, a survey of consumer behavior that may tell us the likelihood of use of multiple COUs at the same time, purchase and market data telling us very similar information on whether multiple COUs end up in the same household for concurrent use. So in an initial analysis of some of these data sources, we found limited evidence of multiple phthalates in a single consumer COU and limited evidence of use of multiple consumer products considered a TSCA COU used concurrently. And for these reasons, in our document, we made an initial proposal to look at TSCA COUs individually for consumers and not necessarily combine exposures from multiple COUs. We are soliciting input on any additional existing data that the EPA may consider for determining co-exposures to multiple phthalates in our TSCA conditions of use. And we are doing that in charge question number 19. Next slide, please. So even though there is limited evidence to suggest there is co-exposures to multiple phthalates across TSCA COUs for our consumer population, we recognize that a consumer may be exposed to multiple phthalates outside of the use of TSCA-specific consumer products. Therefore, we propose to combine exposures from our TSCA COUs with exposures from non-attributable and non-TSCA sources. So this visually represents step 9, in which exposures from the various sources would be reasonably combined to estimate a cumulative daily intake for a consumer. Once again, thinking that appropriate combinations of pathways can be combined like building blocks for specific populations. In this way, cumulative daily intake for a consumer may look different by life stages, for example, And this is where we could look at subpopulations that are susceptible to phthalate syndrome. So thinking about consumers who may be women of reproductive age or pregnant women or male infants, toddlers, or children. Determining reasonable cumulative exposure scenarios may involve considering the likelihood of a co-exposure, the possibility of double counting, and of over or underestimating exposures. And so we are soliciting input regarding combining our TSCA COUs with non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures to get to an estimate of cumulative exposure. And we're doing this in charge question 18. Next slide, please. Next, let's look at a worker population for our TSCA COUs leading to co-exposures to workers. Some considerations of whether a worker is co-exposed to multiple phthalates through TSCA COUs through various routes of exposure and various pathways of exposure, once again shown in the graphic here, include whether a worker is directly exposed to 2 or more phthalates doing their job with no other exposures occurring, and whether a worker is directly exposed to 1 or more phthalate directly doing their job and also exposed to additional phthalates that are present in the workplace, whether it be in the ambient or the indoor air that are not directly part of their job. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the data sources that we detail in our document that we propose to utilize when available. We propose to use EPA programmatic data when available for our release estimates to help us identify facilities that may be handling multiple phthalates, using facility operating schedules, process descriptions, and worker tasks to help us determine if a single worker is handling multiple phthalates and how frequently, and workplace monitoring when available, which may help us establish workplace exposures that may not necessarily be part of a worker's task. Next slide, please. I did forget to mention in the previous slide that we are asking for input on additional existing data for our worker proposed approach in charge question 20. For this slide, again, similar to our consumers, we recognize that workers may be exposed to multiple phthalates outside of the handling of phthalates at their workplace. And so therefore, we propose to combine exposures from our TSCA COUs with exposures from non-attributable and non-TSCA sources. This represents step 9, in which exposures from various sources would be reasonably combined to estimate a daily intake for a worker. And once again, this could be done for subpopulations of interest, including women of reproductive age and pregnant women. And we're asking for input on the combination of these various exposures in charge question 18. Next slide, please. Finally, looking toward an approach for a general population, the proposed approach focuses on assessing cumulative exposure and risk for our fence line community as part of the general population. And we chose to do this because there are additional considerations for determining cumulative exposure and risk from single or multiple facilities in the communities that may be residing near them. Additionally, fence line communities may have higher exposure due to their proximity to the releasing facilities and may be considered a highly exposed subpopulation within the general population assessment that is conducted in the individual risk evaluation. So we focus on our higher exposed subpopulations for our cumulative risk assessment. For our fence line community, as part of the general population, the consideration for whether they may be exposed to multiple phthalates through various routes and pathways includes whether there's a population in proximity of a single facility that may be releasing more than one phthalate to the ambient air or receiving water body, whether there is a population near multiple facilities releasing each one or more than one phthalate to the ambient air or receiving water body. Next slide, please. So in our proposed approach, we discussed some data sources that may help us identify the likelihood of a population being in proximity to a single or multiple facilities releasing one or more phthalates. And these data sources look very very similar to that of our worker analysis. So utilizing EPA programmatic data once again to help us quantify environmental releases and identify facilities that are releasers. Use of monitoring data from other agencies helping us to identify the sites that may be releasing multiple phthalates. And then systematically reviewed literature on general information for specific industries or COUs, once again, to help us determine the likelihood that multiple phthalates may be manufactured at a same facility. We also proposed the use of surrogate release data when data for specific phthalates are not available for other COUs, similar phthalates, to identify release sites that may not be included in our individual risk evaluations for phthalates. Next slide, please. Again, similar to our consumers and our workers, we recognize that the general population, specifically a fence line population, may be exposed to multiple phthalates outside of residing near a facility. Therefore, we propose to combine exposures from our TSCA, our non-attributable and non-TSCA sources. Next slide, please. For a general population, there may be individuals who are not only residing near one or more releasing facilities, but are also working in those facilities and may also be utilizing products that are regulated under TSCA as a consumer. And in such a scenario, that individual may be considered part of the worker, consumer, and offense line populations, and exposures may need to be reasonably combined across all of those sources. So as stated in our proposed approach, the EPA has not fully developed the methodology for a cumulative fence line assessment or for the general population assessment, and we are soliciting input on existing data sources for help in developing that assessment in charge question 21. Next slide, please. So in summary, our general proposed approach for conducting a cumulative risk assessment for the high priority and manufacturer requested phthalates is as follows. We are proposing to evaluate DEHP, BBP, DBP, DIBP, DCHP, DINP, but not DIDP under an assumption of dose addition using an RPF approach. The populations we are initially proposing to look at, but may not be all inclusive, include pregnant women, women of reproductive age, and male infants, toddlers, and children who are part of consumer, occupational, or general population. These are the populations that have been identified based on the susceptibility to phthalate syndrome. We propose to look at exposures not only from TSCA COUs, but also from non-attributable sources and non-TSCA sources. To estimate exposures from these two categories, non-attributable and non-TSCA, we are proposing to use a scenario building method, but also utilize reverse dosimetry as a comparator. And finally, we propose to combine exposures expressed as index chemical equivalents and calculate the MOEs to compare to benchmark MOE for estimating cumulative risk. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I will turn it back to Dr. Schlenk for any clarifying questions.
Thanks. Any questions from the committee? Okay, got a couple hands up. Dr. Chasen?
This is Dr. Chasen. Will we be able to get copies of these slides? It's really very helpful, I think, for organizing our comments later in the discussion.
Hello, Dr.
Paula,
Chasen.
Yeah.
This is Alak Kemal. Yes, a copy of these slides are currently present in the shared folder for you, for all the committee.
Yeah, I think they're there right now.
Thank you. I should have known that. I apologize.
Dr. Davies?
Hi, I have a question about the different exposure sources. I think the non-TSCA versus TSCA is clear, and the agency's authority under TSCA is more clear. But for the non-attributable versus non-TSCA, I guess some of the questions like, I think household dust was a non-attributable, but then dairy dietary, I mean, wasn't a non-attributable. And I'm not really sure how the agency has kind of categorized these exposures, because it also seems like dietary has a lot of different sources that could be going into it.
Thank you for your question, Dr. D. Sorry.
Sounds like an echo.
Sorry for the feedback. Thank you for your question, Dr. Davies. This is Mike Arashiro. For our non-attributable and non-TSCA sources, so we have not completed a risk evaluation, so we have not fully characterized what exposures will go into each of those sources. So even just pointing to sort of the dietary, and we had used it as an example for a non-TSCA just because food and food packaging is currently under the jurisdiction of the FDA and not under EPA. And so we had seen that in the chemical substances definition, our food is non-TSCA in the sense that it does not fit a TSCA COU definition. For things like household dust, where appropriate, we would try to attribute many of the sources to TSCA and non-TSCAs as appropriate. But I can't state right now, because we have not completed the individual risk evaluations, what exposures may be in each of those categories yet.
It just seems like there's a lot of overlap, which I guess we'll get into more. So thank you for that, for acknowledging.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Engel?
Hi, Stephanie Engel. Thank you for that very clear presentation. It was really helpful. So on section 6.4.2 on page 136, you say that cumulative risk for workers will involve combining major sources of phthalate exposure resulting from TSCA occupational conditions of use, as well as additional non-attributable and non-TSCA sources. But you don't include TSCA consumer sources as part of that equation. And I'm just wondering what the rationale for that is, since all workers are also consumers.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Engel. Mike Arashiro. So that is part of the considerations for our general population assessment, where we recognize that there may be a lot of overlap with consumers, workers, general populations, and fence line. So we are asking for input regarding populations that may overlap. And so we do mention in our final section discussing general population that we have not fully developed the methodology to consider all overlapping exposures and are welcoming input from the SACC on that. And so currently our worker analysis and our consumer analysis recognizes them for just that condition of use category or that population, but we do recognize there are overlaps of populations. And for our general population exposure, welcome that feedback. So thank you for your question, Dr. Engel.
Okay, Dr. Wyckoff?
Hi, thank you, Dr. Wyckoff. And that was a great presentation. I echo the other comments on that. I do have a few questions. How will the reliability of data or exposure information be assessed and integrated? So kind of similar to the question I had, more on the hazard side.
Mike Arashiro, thank you for your question, Dr. Wyckoff. So that is an ongoing process, even in our individual risk evaluation. So once again, all of these analysis for our individual TSCA conditions of use will occur in our individual risk evaluations. And in that process as well, we are developing sort of assessments of our data reliability. So I can't speak to that exactly at this moment, but it will be an ongoing process through our risk evaluation process to consider our data quality and reliability. So we thank you for that. And we also welcome input on some of the existing data sources as well as part of some of the charge questions.
Okay, but that would be carried forward to the cumulative process is what you're saying.
Yes, for any data that might be utilized in our cumulative risk assessment, once again, they will inform each other, our individual and our cumulative risk assessments. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. And is it anticipated that this will all be deterministic, no probabilistic?
So currently we have not done a literature review on the existing data for all of the relevant pathways. So it would be dependent on the data availability. And once again, we're asking for input on existing data. So the use of deterministic or probabilistic methods is not set yet. And so those are part of the charge questions for each of our analyses. And also part of a charge question, I can't state the exact one, but on combining either the different tiers of models of exposure assessment. So our deterministic and probabilistic, we are asking in our charge question.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. What about accounting for uncertainty? Quantitatively characterizing uncertainty in cumulative risk assessment. Will that, is that covered?
Arshura, that is not currently covered in our document for quantifying uncertainty. We will look at sort of how we can address uncertainty in the use of the existing data and in our models as well, but I can't speak to exactly the methods in which we'll use to quantify uncertainty at this time.
Okay, super. And my last question builds a little bit on some of the questions also from the previous session in better understanding how the CRA will inform the individual assessments. And so when you had slide 39 up, it helped me to think about, well, might this be one example when you're looking at the various sources? Would you somehow, I guess, account for that cumulative exposure in the individual assessments? Is there anything more you can say, maybe using slide 39 as an example of how the CRA may inform the individual assessments?
It's Jeff Morris. Thanks a lot for the question. We don't know yet. Certainly we hope that they'll work together, as Maiko said, to inform one another. But we'll, I think as I mentioned previously, we'll need to make a determination on the individual chemical substance. That does not mean it can't be informed, though, by the cumulative. So really, until we get to the point where we've sort of got them both together, both meaning the collection of individual assessments as well as the cumulative, it will be difficult to say how they'll operate together in informing the risk determinations that we must make under the statute for the individual phthalates, as well as how they'll inform any way that we end up characterizing risk cumulatively. And then all that information together would then, if we identify unreasonable risk, go into our discussions about how those risks might be mitigated. I hope that's helpful. I don't think we can put, at this point, say too much more than that. That's kind of where we are right now in our thinking.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that it's still a work in progress. I think, what kind of came to mind when I was looking at that slide is, let's say, I'm just total hypothetical, could be anything, not even phthalates, more than 95% is related to non-TSCA sources or portions. So then would the idea be that you would limit, you would account for that in the COU risk evaluation? I was just trying to think through that a little bit more, because I think it also relates to the principles document, just really understanding how they'll work together. But it sounds like you don't know yet. So thank you. I appreciate for the ongoing work.
Okay.
That's it.
Thanks. Dr. Babich?
I have a question. I think it's on slide 21, where you talked about combining the median exposures from NHANES with some of the conditions of use. And I don't understand the purpose of doing that. Could you explain a little more?
Yes, thank you for your question, Dr. Babich. Mike Arashiro. That would be in the use of a reverse dosimetry because it would be a total exposure for the purposes of TSCA to help us quantify what portion TSCA conditions of use contribute to total exposure. That was just merely a proposed approach that we could utilize our individual TSCA COU exposures that are estimated in our individual risk evaluations on top of the use of reverse dosimetry, which we could assume is capturing that non-attributable and non-TSCA portion. So in the absence of using scenario-based approaches for non-TSCA and non-attributable, if we were to rely solely on reverse dosimetry, we would then want to sort of incorporate TSCA conditions of use somehow. And that was just a proposed approach on how we might want to utilize it. But because of that sort of issue with source apportionment, our primary proposal is to utilize scenario-based methods so we can account individually for our TSCA, our non-TSCA, and non-attributable exposures.
So are you actually going to add the TSCA exposures to the NHANES exposures?
That was one proposal, yes, to do that. If not, the use of just reverse dosimetry and use of NHANES data would leave us with just one estimate of total exposure, with none of it being attributable to a TSCA condition of use. And a reason for our proposed approach was also because we did not anticipate that NHANES may capture our higher exposed populations that may be in near proximity to a releasing facility, for example. And so being representative of a US population in the sampling of NHANES, we did not know if we could assume that it may capture sort of our consumers who are using TSCA products directly, or our workers who are within facilities that may be directly handling phthalates. And there is limited biomonitoring data available for workers and phthalates in the US. And so the use of NHANES data, we had anticipated that we would potentially need to add on to it. And so that was just one assumption that we had proposed to make.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Babich, and we are looking for input in that as well in our charge question regarding our use of reverse dosimetry and our use of our scenario-based approach and reverse dosimetry as a comparator in one of our charge questions. So we welcome any input from the SACC panel on that. So thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Dr. Zoda.
Thank you. A few questions. One, is it possible to get the recordings of the video presentations done today?
I think it takes a couple days to actually get the recordings put on there. Ala, what, isn't that correct?
Yes. Hi, this is Ala Kamel. The recording is found the live stream on YouTube, and the link is currently on the site of the meeting on the EPA site. And you can access it anytime. So at the end of the day, you will hear all the recordings of what happened today.
Okay, so those will be on YouTube, and
They are currently on YouTube.
Okay. And the link
right
is
now,
on
and will
the
be
website?
there all the. Excuse me.
The link is on the EPA website for this meeting.
Yeah, for the meeting, the website is on the agenda. If you click there, it will take you right there.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Just a few more questions. So in terms of data availability, so for, I believe you said for pregnant women after 2005, 2006, there are limited samples from the NHANES survey of pregnant women. And so I had a question about, you know, in that case, and just in biomonitoring data in general, are you solely relying on NHANES data, or will you be looking at other sources in the peer-reviewed literature? And is that also something that you want the committee to weigh in on?
Mike Arashiro, thank you for your question, Dr. Zoda. We are looking for any input on existing data sets. So regarding the lack of sampling numbers for pregnant women, that was based off of the CPSC's updated analysis of NHANES after 2005 and 2006 for their cumulative risk assessment. They stated that there were not enough sampled pregnant women to be statistically significant to do that analysis. Regarding any populations that we may not have biomonitoring data, we welcome any input on existing data sources or literature that could be used. We do recognize that infant data was utilized in US CPSC, but had not at this point identified any updates to those studies. But any studies that have currently been released since then, we do ask the SACC panel to provide us if they find that it might be important for us to consider. So yes, thank you.
And then just another question, it's a global question, but it seems like kind of the interplay or the interaction between the individual risk assessments and the cumulative risk assessment is still a work in progress. Is that something that you want this committee to provide feedback on?
Mike Arshura, we are asking specifically for our cumulative risk assessment. So there will be other opportunities for the public and SACC panels to comment on individual risk evaluations for phthalates in the future. But for this SACC panel, we would really appreciate feedback directly on our 2 documents that we have provided. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Fox.
Yes, thanks, Mary Fox. Well, I had a question. It's a clarification, and I wondered if anyone can give me a sense of what the criteria are for defining major pathways.
Mike Arshura here. So that identification of major pathways is step 6. And so we have not sort of expanded on the definition of major pathways at this moment because we have not included or identified the relevant pathways of exposure for phthalates. And depending on the magnitude of those exposures, the way and the inclusion of them may differ. We do mention the use of potentially a sensitivity analysis, and that has not been fully developed at this point. And we anticipate that the identification and quantification of pathways will help in the development of that. And so step 6 was not a major portion of our proposed method for that reason. So thank you for that question, Dr. Fox.
So a quick follow-up. So this is something different than what you normally do in TSCA, this major pathways?
Is somebody mute or?
Sorry for the delay. Mike Arashiro. So we do look at relevant pathways in our individual risk evaluations. And at this point in our individual risk evaluations, we have no defined criteria for what is a major pathway of exposure. And so we do look at individual conditions of use in our individual risk evaluations. So for our cumulative risk assessment, it may look different because once again, we don't look at all pathways. We don't look at all populations. We look at those that might be relevant for a cumulative risk assessment. So in short answer, yes, it is different from our individual risk evaluations and will be dependent on identifying those relevant pathways. So that is one in which the individual risk evaluations may help determine some of our inputs for our cumulative risk assessment. So thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Fox.
Okay.
Dr. Johnson.
Hi, thank you. You know, I didn't realize the devil's always in the details, right? And I was thinking about your conceptual model and all the different exposure pathways you had, including reverse dosimetry. And I was thinking you'd probably do some assumptions where you did some route-to-route extrapolation. You probably were thinking about normalizing everything to a composite oral daily dose. But Was there any thought about using, it's a lot of work, but have you ever thought about using PPK models for each of the constituents and developing maybe a serum level point of departure?
Hi, this is Anthony Les. Thanks for that question. At this stage, we're aware, that the majority of the available studies are the oral exposure studies. And then I think at this stage, I don't think we've identified any PBPK models available to us to do that sort of extrapolation. But it is an area, if you're aware of something, that's something would be useful in your input on and providing those that information to us.
Roger that. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Payne Sturgis.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I want to thank EPA for this last presentation. It was really helpful, very, very clear. Thank you. I just had a question here. Will there be consideration for disaggregating your cumulative exposure estimates by sociodemographic or socioeconomic characteristics such as race, ethnicity, income, or class? And, are you all interested in getting any kind of guidance about this from this panel?
Mike Arshiro, thank you for your question, Dr. Payne Sturgis. So regarding subpopulations that may include race and socioeconomic status, I do want to mention again, in individual risk evaluations, we will look at all relevant populations and subpopulations. And in individual risk evaluations, aggregation of sort of exposures across pathways may occur there. As it relates to the cumulative risk assessment, as far as creating susceptible populations in a cumulative risk assessment fashion, we welcome any input on exposures for subpopulations that might fit into sort of our susceptibility to our phthalate syndrome specifically. But I do want to mention that we will utilize for our individual risk evaluations some of those categories of populations or subpopulations that you do mention, and exposures may be quantified there and aggregated there as appropriate as well. So thank you for your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kwok.
Hi, I have a question actually regarding the presentation related to charge question 18. So one of the questions I want to ask already asked by Dr. Fox, so about the major pathway. But the question I have is that the eventually output of the cumulative risk assessment is going to be a life stage specific value, correct? The reason why I'm asking that, like say for instance, if this is a tolerant exposure, because the charge question 18 started with like consumer and worker, I'm not too sure that how they follow to consumer or worker. So I just want to make sure that I understood the the output of the cumulative risk assessment are correctly.
Thank you, Dr. Kwok. Mike Arashiro here. So regarding charge question 18 and also your question about the susceptible life stages, we are proposing to look at the susceptible life stages. Once again, those are based off of susceptibility to phthalate syndrome. And so those include pregnant women, women of reproductive age, male infants, toddlers, and children, who we do consider consumers of TSCA conditions of use. So for charge question 18 specifically, we asked for our consumer and our worker analysis, once again stating that our general population analysis is not fully developed. But for consumers, anything that is relevant to the susceptible subpopulations we would consider. And for the workers, we would not consider male infants, toddlers, and children. However, pregnant women and women of reproductive age who may be workers as well will be considered as part of that analysis. So appropriate life stages will be considered for each of those categories. So I hope that clarifies charge question 18.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or clarification? Again, this is sort of the period that the committee has to interact with the agency regarding the presentations. We try to keep it at a minimum once we get into the deliberations of the charge question. So please try to come up with the questions that you can at this point, if that's possible. Okay, not seeing any further hands go up. I think what we'll do at this point is maybe take a 10-minute break before we actually begin with the public commenting period, and make sure we get everybody here that's supposed to be here for those public comments at this point. So let's take a break for 10 minutes, be back at 50 minutes past the hour, and then we'll do the public commenting period. Okay. Thanks. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and re-adjourn. Just to clarify, in terms of the recording is definitely available on YouTube. There will be a written transcript, but that takes a couple of weeks apparently. Although Zoom does provide a daily transcription, which will be sent every evening. So at least that has another accessible sort of component for the record there. So at this point in time, it's time to go forward with our public commenters. And we have a few of them that have confirmed their presentations of oral comments. And I believe they get 5 minutes each for each presentation. So the first that I have on the list here is Sean Hayes. If you wouldn't mind, just please state your organization, which I'm sure you will, but I just have your name here. So please state your organization following when you begin. So Sean Hayes.
Yes, hi, I'm Sean Hayes, president of SciPinion. I think I'll have slides that'll be presented.
Yes, we're just pulling those up now.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, my name is Sean Hayes, like I said, president of SciPinion. I used to serve as a standing member of the predecessor to the SACC. It was called the CAC, the Chemical Assessment Advisory Committee. So I appreciate the workload before you all and the charge before you of helping the agency not only understand what your opinions are, but those of the scientific weight of evidence. SciPinion's been retained to conduct an independent expert panel review of EPA's cumulative risk approach for phthalates, and our panel's in the middle of their review and deliberations. And what I'll present today are preliminary and a subset of responses, and our full results will be submitted to the SACC and to EPA in the coming weeks. Next slide. So we had 231 applicants apply for the positions. We have 10 experts on our panel, 5 repro developmental toxicologists, 5 mixtures cumulative exposure risk experts. And that panel includes 5 former EPA scientists. All experts are anonymous to each other, which removes influences such as groupthink, deference, amplification, and bully cheerleaders. The experts are blinded to the sponsor to remove potential for sponsor bias, and sponsor has no knowledge of the experts' identities. We'll disclose the identities upon the completion of the panel deliberations so as to protect our panelists during their work. All experts answer all questions in their domain, and they're currently in round 2 of a 3-round modified Delphi process. So round 1 is review the EPA report and answer charge questions. Round 2, review answers from all experts and conduct an online debate. That's where they're completing up now. And then round 3, we'll revisit round 1 answers and answer any follow-up clarifying questions. And if the SACC so chooses, they can submit questions to our panel to answer during round 3 as well. So we have over 30 charge questions. And like I said, a full report will be submitted to EPA once completed. So I'll show some of the results so far. Next slide. So the first question was, is chemical grouping of select phthalates useful for improving human health risk assessment for developmental endpoints? Clear consensus, yes, this is the right approach for using, for doing a cumulative risk assessment for phthalates and the developmental endpoints. Next slide. Next slide. So one of the questions we asked was, is the phthalate syndrome an appropriate terminology? And the panelists were in agreement that the terminology phthalate syndrome, in quotes, is appropriate for the informed toxicology and risk assessment audience, but they questioned the appropriateness for communicating to the general public. I feel like there would be some misperception of what that is. So our panelists recommend distinction of calling this the rat phthalate syndrome, which I noticed that's terminology being used in one of EPA's presentations earlier, or use the NRC terminology of androgen insufficiency syndrome. Next slide. Amongst all the phthalates, there's panel agrees with EPA's exclusion of DIDP, DINP. Some of the experts would recommend excluding it from the list as well. Some would include it. That's being debated right now, and I expect some consensus being reached on that for DINP in the following round 3. The rest of them, there was clearly relevant to include those. Next slide. We asked them, is the mode of action for phthalate syndrome sufficiently robust and reflective of the best available science to support the identification of most sensitive effect that is applicable to all members of these phthalates? And the panel opinions on the robustness proposed MOA are mixed. Many experts recognize there's no common molecular initiating event, pathway, or quantitative relationship between the molecular initiating event and the adverse outcome. So it's really no consensus there right now. Next slide. We asked them if a relative potency factor approach is adopted, which phthalate do you believe should serve as the index chemical? And there's clear consensus that, or majority that DEHP should serve as the sentinel compound for that, or the index compound. Next slide. EPA's proposed target populations include exposures at different stages, including pre-pregnancy, pregnancy, and post-pregnancy. And the question was, how should exposure concordance with the toxicity studies be maintained? And there was clear consensus from the panel that absolutely the exposure assessments should be held in concordance with the endpoints life stages. Next slide. As it was discussed in the last presentation, EPA is considering using NHANES biomonitoring data to do reverse dosimetry. There's some known issues associated with that and compounding conservatism. So one of the questions we asked is, should NHANES biomonitoring data be used to support a biomonitoring equivalent for the phthalates? And there's a majority of the experts believe that yes, a biomonitoring equivalent would be a useful approach. It actually solves some problems associated with needing route of entry dependent toxicity values. So it makes the use of biomonitoring data easier in this kind of an approach.
So I've got you up at 5 right now. So can you?
Okay, I think my last one is my last slide.
Okay, good.
Next slide. One of the questions we always ask our panel is, do you have any additional charge questions you would ask the panel, your fellow panelists? And one of the questions that our panel thinks needs to be asked, and perhaps the SACC should ask this as well of yourself, is has to do with the human relevance of this endpoint. There's clearly species differences associated with this. This appears to be a rat-specific endpoint. And is there human relevance? So just in conclusion, I'd like to say, if there's any questions you'd like to ask of our panel, we would be happy to receive those and ask them of our panel and be able to report back in the coming weeks. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, got time for maybe 1 or 2 questions if anybody has anything. Okay, let's go ahead and move on. Our next speaker is Jessica Trowbridge.
Yes, hello. Thank you for having
Hello.
me. So get started. Can you?
I don't think we're hearing you very well.
Can you hear me?
It's kind of coming in and out. Hello?
Prior.
I think it sounds like we've got some AV issues.
Jessica, I would suggest perhaps turning off your camera and presenting that way. It would probably improve the output of your audio.
Maybe she might want to do what the call in on the phone issue.
Jessica, I think you have your mute on as well.
Yes, I'm sorry, something is stuck. If you would like to come back to me, I will fix my audio and come back.
Okay, you sound good now, but
Something's, I got closer to my router, but something is stuck on my computer and I'm afraid that's gonna do something else. So I'm gonna log out and come back in. I think it's the best
okay.
option.
Okay, no worries. Okay, next on the list is Maya Nai. Do we have
Link,
Maya?
I don't see Maya on.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Swati Rayasam.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good morning, everybody. My name is Swati Rayasam. I'm a science associate with the UCSF program on reproductive health and the environment. I want to say first that I have no conflicts to disclose. My comments today will discuss how EPA needs to be clearer regarding aggregate exposures, and in particular, how it will combine consumer, occupational, and general population exposures. 2, that EPA should apply a more rigorous and informative approach to risk characterization rather than the margin of exposure approach. And then 3, that EPA's characterization of dose addition as conservative is incorrect. So on my first point, EPA's conceptual model is unclear regarding how the agency will integrate data for the multiple exposure routes and multiple exposure settings and multiple consumer products for each individual phthalate, and then how these exposures will be combined to estimate cumulative risk for all 6 phthalates. The conceptual model fails to outline how each of these separate elements of aggregate exposure and cumulative risk will be combined. And thus, the SACC report should identify where EPA's approach needs to be more detailed to provide a true roadmap for the CRA. EPA's approach document has prematurely and incorrectly assumed that no consumers are exposed to more than 1 phthalate containing product, and thus EPA must revise its approach to recognize that unless there's a strong basis to indicate otherwise, a portion of users of one consumer product will also be users of a second consumer product, rather than the tacit assumption EPA makes that there is 0 overlap among users of the 2 products. Regarding the exposure assessment approach, EPA described both the reverse dosimetry and scenario-based approaches, and the EPA should pursue both approaches, particularly since it has not completed a systematic review to evaluate the full evidence stream and should evaluate the risk for underestimation for each of the 2 approaches. Using both approaches in combination may be necessary to reduce the likelihood of underestimating exposures. Specifically, we think that EPA should identify areas where either the scenario-based and reverse dosimetry approach could underestimate exposure and determine how to overcome those underestimations rather than focusing on the risk for double counting or overestimation. This is particularly a concern and in relation to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations who this cumulative risk guidance is seeking to address. Second, EPA should also ensure that the parameter values in the reverse dosimetry approach sufficiently account for human variability. Studies supporting estimations of these parameters frequently have very small sample sizes. For any parameters based on data from a small number of individuals and/or study population that does not reflect the diversity of the US population, extrapolation beyond data or application of adjustment factors will be necessary to avoid underestimating exposure. 3, further clarification is needed on how EPA will consider and incorporate non-attributable and non-TSCA sources, as the draft CRA approach states. Certain non-TSCA sources may be a major pathway of human exposure, and their exclusion from a CRA may lead to an underestimation of risk. In addition to our detailed comments in the docket, we have published other comments and papers around this issue, which we will send to you for your reference. My second point on margin of exposure is that the draft phthalates approach commits to the margin of exposure approach as the sole method for characterization of non-cancer risks. The MOE approach relies on a point of departure with no extrapolation at lower doses. It is a simplistic approach that is used only to judge whether the exposure indicates the potential for risk to human health or not. The MOE approach perpetuates the flawed assumption that there is a safe or no risk level of chemical exposure and does not estimate the proportion of the exposed population who may experience adverse health outcomes or the number of individuals who are affected. We have submitted comments and we have also published papers around this issue, and we strongly urge the SACC members to read these detailed comments as they consider their advice to EPA on MOE and alternative methods that are more scientific and accurate. We will also send along these papers for your reference. And the last but very important point is that EPA's characterization of dose addition as conservative is incorrect. The CRA principles document states that dose addition is a conservative approach, suggesting that EPA thinks this method is likely to overestimate risks. This statement is incorrect. The NAS 2008 phthalates and CRA report repeatedly refer to dose addition as a method that is predictive, or in other words, does not tend to overestimate risk. Evidence continues to show that dose addition is likely to underestimate risk, and the SACC should recommend that EPA correct its mischaracterization of dose addition in the principles document. We encourage the panel members to see our detailed written comments again submitted to EPA for more on this issue. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Ooh,
okay.
2 seconds, great.
Any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Let's, oh, sorry, we do have one question from Dr. Hertzberg.
Hi, this is Rick Hertzberg, Biomathematics Consulting. Just a clarification on the last point you made. The common assumption, and I thought it was phrased that way in the report, but I could be wrong, was that dose addition is more conservative than response addition. Now, I'm aware that there are certain population characteristics where that is not true, including some population co-sensitivities. But I was just wondering if you were referring to that comparison, or you're referring to just the general statement that if you use dose addition, then you're more likely to be safe than not.
I think, and definitely am happy to kind of discuss further and kind of, offline. I don't want to take up other people's time, but I think the general concern is that it's stated as a conservative approach, and it kind of falls along this longer trend line of EPA's concern about overestimating risk, when actually the data kind of shows that we consistently underestimate risk, particularly to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations. And I think all of the SACC's wonderful questions before the public comment period, and probably continued on in your deliberations, will start to poke a little bit at the ways that EPA's methodology may not reflect our current reality. And so I think it's really a concern, or it's a caution around that concern of overestimating risk, because we have shown that we are underestimating risks pretty severely, particularly for some populations. We have not actually proven the overestimation thing necessarily. So I think that was just a general caution.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's go back to Jessica Trowbridge. Are you back on?
I am, and this should work now. Thank you.
Sure.
For your facility. So my name is Jessica Trowbridge. I am an associate research scientist with the Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment at the University of California, San Francisco, in the Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology, and Reproductive Sciences. I have no conflicts to disclose. My comments today are going to focus on toxicological similarity in the cumulative risk assessment and pointing out some gaps that need to be addressed. I'm also going to talk about relative potency factors and why they are more scientifically appropriate to estimate the risk rather than the hazard index approach. Overall, we agree with the approach for toxicological similarity. There is strong evidence base for the preliminary conclusions, and the EPA should conduct a cumulative risk assessment for these chemicals. The evidence of toxicological similarity is robust for each of the 7 outcomes considered, and is robust for each of the 6 phthalates that the EPA is proposed to include in the cumulative risk assessment, including for DINP. EPA's approach to evaluating toxicological similarity is reasonably thorough, but there are 3 key areas for clarification and improvement, and we urge the SACC to address these points in their recommendations to the agency. First, EPA should add statements to the document to clarify that the level of data available for phthalates goes well beyond what is necessary for establishing toxicological similarity. The abundance of data for phthalates should not be used to establish a standard of evidence for concluding toxicological similarities for other future cumulative risk assessments. Second, the SACC recommendation should highlight that cellular level evidence by itself can be used to establish toxicological similarity. Given the known relationship between, for example, fetal testosterone and postnatal adverse health outcomes, evidence of the cellular level events alone can demonstrate a chemical is toxicologically similar, even when that chemical has not been tested for postnatal or apical outcomes. Third, there are other chemicals also associated with phthalate syndrome. Multiple additional phthalates, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals are toxicologically similar to phthalates in this risk assessment, and EPA has not included these in this phthalate CRA approach.
Oh, I think we locked up again. Okay, I'm afraid we're gonna have to, unless anybody has any specific questions, let's go ahead and move on to our next speaker, which is Kathleen Coyle Curtis.
Here I am.
Oh, good.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for providing the SACC with the opportunity to hear from the public on this very important topic of cumulative risk assessment. My name is Kathleen Curtis, and I've worked for environmental health and justice for people and communities for over 30 years. And during that period, I've served on the New York State Task Force on Flame Retardant Safety, EPA's Design for the Environment Partnerships to evaluate the safety of alternatives to DECA, BDE, and HBCD, and the advisory board of the New York State Children's Environmental Health Centers of Excellence. I served as executive director of Citizens Environmental Coalition and founding executive directors of Clean and Healthy New York and Moms for a Non-Toxic New York. I've served and in many instances still continue to serve on the steering committee of Safer Chemicals, Healthy Families, the boards of the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, the Eastern New York Environmental and Occupational Health Center, the New York Sustainable Business Council, and other government and NGO bodies, too numerous to name here. I currently am team leader for the Cumulative Impacts Mandatory Emission Reduction Team at Coming Clean. And I just say all this to demonstrate I'm no stranger to toxic chemical impacts or risk assessment. There are three main points I'd like to make. First, and most importantly, to protect people from the harms the chemicals are causing in the real world, EPA must consider and address cumulative impacts. The current risk paradigm and its regulatory emphasis on exposure is analogous to a parent approach that rather than putting a baby gate at the top of a stairway, you instead put pillows at the bottom of the stairs. After the fact, not proactive. One removes the hazard, the other reduces the risk. From every standpoint, hazard removal is far superior to managing risk. It saves scarce government resources, ensures people and communities are not exposed to toxic chemicals, and it just prevents exposure entirely, takes it right out of the equation, and provides certainty to businesses that attempts to control pollution do not. In fact, the only economic sector that benefits from the current failed, flawed risk paradigm is the chemical industry. They're externalizing their costs onto every other segment of society, especially the already overburdened healthcare sector, while causing incalculable, often permanent natural resource damage. I realize that EPA can only do what is in statute, but to the greatest extent practical under this and other statutes, hazard assessment must increasingly take precedent over risk assessment. Second, in the context of the current law, whoops, I paged down too far. Consideration of cumulative chemical exposures and non-chemical stressors is not a voluntary add-on to the risk assessment process, as EPA indicates, but is rather required whenever EPA assesses or regulates risk under TSCA. So in order for any assessment to be accurate and genuinely cumulative, EPA and scientifically cumulative, EPA must consider both chemical exposures and non-chemical stressors. So I appeal to the SACC to advise EPA on how to incorporate consideration of cumulative exposures and non-chemical stressors into all of its TSCA risk evaluations and risk assessments. At a minimum, EPA must apply these considerations to the 23 risk evaluations currently underway, ensure input from environmental justice leaders and other impacted groups and communities to gain lived experience information about exposures and stressors, assess all of the ways people are exposed to toxic chemicals, including unplanned releases from polluting facilities, indoor and outdoor exposures, and multiple exposure routes and settings. Measure and act upon non-chemical stressors such as income and food insecurity, racial discrimination, stress, and limited healthcare access. When they cannot precisely be measured, apply additional uncertainty factors to protect people and communities in those contexts. Use additional uncertainty factors to protect against cumulative risk that cannot be precisely measured. Finally, EPA must commit to using any and all available methods to assess and address cumulative impacts right now and on a consistent ongoing basis. There can be no excuse to delay needed chemical regulations, nor should EPA use TSCA's deadlines to justify continued disregard of cumulative exposures and risks. People are unable to live up to their full potential. People are suffering. People are dying. So please do everything within your power to assess and recommend to EPA a swift, comprehensive approach that errs on the side of caution. Thank you for your time and for your excellent work.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from committee? Okay, moving on. Our next speaker will be Maria Doa.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Doa. I am the Senior Director for Chemicals Policy at the Environmental Defense Fund. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments. My comments focus on the draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under TSCA. We support EPA taking steps to conduct cumulative risk assessments for chemicals subject to TSCA. We hope these steps lead EPA to routinely conduct CRA rather than making CRA the exception, as is implied by the document. The routine use of cumulative risk assessment is warranted given TSCA's requirement to use the best available science and to consider the risks to potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations. Workers in fence-like communities experience exposures and risks from multiple chemicals, including those that cause the same adverse effects. EPA's chemical by chemical assessment approach that it has historically used often underestimates risk, particularly to vulnerable populations. The routine use of CRA is also supported by EPA's explicit authority to consider chemical categories and the prevalence in commerce of similar chemicals that have similar uses. The category of phthalates used as plasticizers is not unique. Just a few examples of the many other categories of structurally similar chemicals are chlorinated paraffins used as metalworking fluids, diisocyanates used to make polyurethanes, and the list goes on and on. The authority to consider categories of chemicals also applies to those that are used or released together. So EPA should more broadly consider toxicologic similarity and not exclude cumulative risks from chemicals that cause toxicity to the same target organ, but not by the same pathway. EPA states it would introduce too much uncertainty to risk estimates. However, not doing it would introduce the most extreme form of uncertainty. Fence-line communities, which are often low income or communities of color, are more likely to be exposed to multiple chemicals that cause toxicity to the same target organ, including those that may not be structurally similar or cause toxicity by the same pathway. It does not make sense for EPA to hamper its ability to assess and protect people from exposure to toxic chemicals. If EPA were to exclude from CRA some chemicals that cause toxicity to the same target organ, but not the same pathway, it would be adding a structural barrier to the estimations of risk to communities that already face many structural barriers. Further, while these first steps focus on TSCA Section 6 risk evaluations, we encourage EPA to consider the cumulative risk framework more broadly across TSCA, including for its prioritization efforts for the existing chemicals and in its new chemicals program under TSCA Section 5. The new chemicals program routinely reviews similar chemicals with similar uses and often produced by the same manufacturing facilities and used by the same processing facilities. I know I was with the toxics program for a long time and saw these many similar chemicals with similar uses. Finally, EPA's Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics should also commit to incorporate non-chemical stressors into its assessments expeditiously, at a minimum consistent with their adoption by other EPA offices. Thank you for your time and your important work.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, let's move on to our next speaker is Pamela Miller.
Dr. Sling, can we come back to her? Just working on some issues with her.
Sure. Let's go ahead with Jennifer Foreman.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
So I'm Jennifer Foreman, PhD, DABT. I will be speaking today on behalf of the American Chemical Council. Most of our comments or slides are going to be in reference to the grouping category and DINP in specific and how it fits into that grouping category. Can you advance the slides? So the first slide really focuses on the degree of evidence that is available for DINP. This is a well-studied substance which has many higher tier endpoints evaluated. From an embryo lethality consideration, there's 14 studies and none of them have identified at any level of embryo lethality. Teratogenicity, similar. There's 14 studies with no identification of teratogenicity. When you get into male reproductive tract indicators, 1 out of 14 studies have reported epididymal and testicular alterations, but no other effects. This was 1 male with a paired testicular and epididymal atrophy, and 1 male with unilateral epididymal agenesis. And these effects were not statistically significant. To note, in addition, that these effects were not found in follow-up studies which were conducted at higher doses and higher power. And there's a listing of those additional studies there. There are histopathological outcomes as noted by the EPA. So there's seminiferous tubular diameter effects, MNGs, and large Leydig cell clusters. These effects, however, are not persistent, and there's no histological effects in adult animals. So how does this compare to the other phthalates of consideration and roll up into the other category? If you scroll to the next slide, what you see here is essentially a heat map of phthalates and the effects that are observed with those different phthalates across multiple endpoints. There is a structural activity associated with male reproductive tract effects for phthalates, and you can see low molecular weight phthalates in the middle, which have a primary carbon backbone of C4, 5, and 6, are ones that primarily exert these effects. I have it organized by organism effect, tissue effect, and then cellular effect. Where you see the arrows to the left of the phthalate indicated, those are the ones that are included in the cumulative risk assessments. DCHP is notably missing from this depiction. It looks more similar to the DIBP, BBP, DEHP with some equivocal evidence. So it's not as robust as the others, but it does indicate those endpoints. And you can see that there's clear indication of severe and irreversible male reproductive tract effects, cryptorchidism, nipple retention, AGD effects into adults, and preputial separation in all of the low molecular weight phthalate studies. However, when you get to DINP studies, those effects are notably absent. What you do see is these early indicator markers. So the question is, do you associate these phthalates with the other high molecular weight phthalates where you don't see the impacts, or in the effect of the EPA's recommended cumulative risk assessment, group them with the lower ones where you see some of these earlier indicators? So I want to speak a little bit more in depth on the studies that do evaluate those early indicators in DINP. If you advance to the next slide. Here is a depiction of those studies and the effects observed on testosterone and decreased AGD. Where you see the black line above, anything occurring above that line is a statistically significant outcome. Anything occurring below that black line is where there was no statistically significant outcome in those studies. You can see with the ex vivo testes testosterone, as indicated in the EPA discussion, that is where you see statistical significance. Whenever you're dealing with the in vivo studies of testicular measures, there's more inconsistent results with DINP. You see it in some studies, you don't see it in all studies. And that's where, if you look at the AGD, it's of primary interest, as AGD can be considered a biomarker effect for testosterone decrease during the critical male programming window that the EPA was discussing. As you can see, there's only one study where there's a statistically significant impact of DINP in that study. And there is some questionable indication of the statistics in that study. You might note that the EPA indicated that there were two studies with AGD impacts for statistical significance. And one of those studies actually had a reevaluation of the statistics from an independent evaluation. Whenever the raw data was evaluated, they could not reproduce statistical effects for that AGD. So here we've indicated that as a non-effect rather than effect. So this draws questions on whether you can actually cause the biological effect with DINP during the critical window of effect. Additionally, that statistically significant effect you saw in the AGD, it actually occurs above the kinetically derived maximum dose for DINP, which is 750 mg per kg per day. Of interest, some work by Earl Gray indicated that there is a biologically relevant dose of about a 40% decrease in testosterone, or a 40% impact on testosterone that needs to occur in order to have biologically relevant impacts. And at the biological maximum effect for kinetically derived value for DINP, there's only about a 30% impact on, can't get beyond a 30% impact of testosterone, even in those studies where you see the equivocal results.
Can you just summarize?
Yeah, so this basically, summarizes that biological relevance for the impact of DINP is questionable on whether it should be included in the cumulative risk assessment. In the later slides, we just wanted to reemphasize some of the questions we had indicated for the SACC, and that the replication for using the NHANES data, if you look at individuals that were monitored, it is really representative of what you see from a population standpoint, and it's a good estimate of population impacts for phthalates. And we would recommend that the EPA actually sets clear criteria for the decision-making in advance of doing their assessments, whatever their decision-making criteria will be. And finally, why it's important to know the impact is
I'm
because—
afraid I have to cut you off here.
Thank you.
So,
apologies.
Any questions, comments from the committee? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I am told Pamela Miller, you're back on. Hello?
Ms. Miller, please remember to unmute your line.
Say again, Kurt, I didn't hear you.
Pamela is on, she needs to unmute her line. I
Oh,
see the line as turned off, audio and video turned off.
Pamela, are you available?
Video is on. Okay, so she should be on in a couple seconds.
Yes,
I
am here. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I had some technical difficulties and scheduling problems, but I appreciate the opportunity to provide public comments. And I'm providing public comments today on behalf of Alaska Community Action on Toxics. We're a nonprofit environmental health and justice research and advocacy organization based in Alaska. And we do appreciate the opportunity to provide comments today. ACAT conducts community-based participatory research with Indigenous communities in the North and in the Arctic, and work to create protective policy changes at the local to international levels. I serve as a principal investigator on 2 collaborative NIEHS-supported research projects with tribes to investigate the presence and effects of endocrine-disrupting chemicals in Yupik communities of Sivukak, also known as St. Lawrence Island. EPA has an obligation to address cumulative impacts caused by harmful chemical exposures to protect the health of people in fence-line communities, workers, pregnant women, children, and others who are routinely exposed to multiple chemicals from polluting industrial and military facilities, contamination of traditional and market foods, chemicals in household and personal care products, and drinking water. It is critical for EPA to assess how harmful effects of chemicals are exacerbated by other stressors such as racism, food and income insecurity, poor health care, and climate change. It is necessary to assess cumulative risk in susceptible populations that might not be immediately obvious, because they may be distant from manufacturing centers or point sources, but are nevertheless highly and disproportionately exposed. These include people of the North and the Arctic, especially indigenous peoples who rely on traditional diets of fish and marine mammals. Far from pristine, the North and the Arctic contain some of the most highly contaminated animals and people in the world. The fence line of chemical manufacturing, distribution, and disposal extends to the Arctic because chemicals can travel hundreds and thousands of miles on atmospheric and oceanic currents where they accumulate in the bodies of fish, wildlife, and people of the North in the process known as global distillation. The Arctic and the North is a hemispheric sink for chemicals and microplastics. Microplastics also serve as vectors for toxic chemicals that are additives to plastics, as well as those that are absorbed from seawater. Once chemicals enter the Arctic, their deterioration is slowed due to low temperatures and low intensity sunlight, which makes them available for long-term incorporation into biological systems. The traditional foods that Northern peoples have relied on for generations for spiritual, cultural, and physical health and well-being include fish, birds, and marine mammals. These are now highly contaminated. As Violet Yeton, an Indigenous leader from the native village of Port Graham and a board member of ACAT, stated, "We don't eat just one chemical, we eat the whole fish," highlighting the need to address cumulative exposures, chemical mixtures, additive, and synergistic effects. Alaska is warming faster than any other state in the US, warming 4 times as fast as the rest of the planet as a whole. Climate warming exacerbates the mobilization and transport of persistent and toxic chemicals within and into the North and the Arctic. Accelerated melting of sea ice, permafrost, and glaciers is mobilizing sequestered contaminants, including industrial chemicals and mercury and microplastics, threatening the health of our oceans, fish, wildlife, and peoples of the North. We urge EPA to consider the special vulnerability of Northern and Arctic Indigenous peoples and future generations when conducting risk evaluation. People of the North are more highly exposed to chemicals in indoor environments as well because of the longer winters, the need to insulate against the cold, and less ventilation. So in addition to traditional foods, EPA must consider indoor exposures of volatile and semi-volatile chemicals that people can be exposed to through inhalation, as well as ingestion of chemicals and household dust. Other sources of exposure that must be included in assessments of cumulative risk include military, mining and oil and gas facilities, landfills and open burn sites. Many in rural Alaska are uncontained. Most immediately, EPA must evaluate and address cumulative risks of chemical exposures in the 23 risk evaluations that are currently underway, including cumulative risks for Indigenous populations. EPA must incorporate consideration of cumulative exposures and non-chemical stressors into all of its TSCA risk evaluations and risk assessments. When EPA evaluates chemical exposures from fish and marine mammal consumption, they must consider the full range of contaminants that are present in these traditional foods and their cumulative effects. In addition, assessments must be based on realistic patterns and quantities of fish and marine mammal consumption. We support the April 28th letter from the National Tribal Toxics Council and their statement, "A cumulative risk assessment will only yield an accurate representation of tribal risks."
Can you wrap up?
I'm wrapping up. Yes, I will. If unique tribal exposures, non-chemical stressors, ecological impacts, and tribally relevant data are incorporated appropriately. So we really urge that consultation be offered to tribes on any proposed principles, guidelines, or rules that involve how EPA assesses risk to these vulnerable communities. And again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, let's move on to Laura Finkel. Oh, wait, sorry. I guess we got a question from Dr. Chasen.
Thank you for that. Did you include references with your letter?
I did not in my public comments for today, but I can certainly provide references, including those concerning our own community-based research here in the Northern Bering Sea.
Well, I'd appreciate if you could provide as much background evidence or, commentary, whatever, in references could be shared with SACC, please.
Would be glad to do that.
And Dr. Cobb?
Quick question, and I don't know if this is for a presenter here or for the agency. Were these increased consumption risks to indigenous populations specifically included in the FDA or Consumer Protection Agency's assessments of phthalate risks in food? And that I'm not sure who can answer that question, but I don't know.
I think that might be a question for the agency.
Yeah, why don't you hold on to that one, George? So you want to do that at the end? We can.
Will do, and I don't anticipate it's a question that would be answered immediately either, Dan.
Okay. All right. Okay, so
I have a question. Is that okay?
Sure.
For Pamela, thank you so much. I just want to give you a chance to expand on the last point around if you have any suggestions or suggested data sources on how scenario-based modeling could best reflect accurate tribal risk. So if you could just expand on any suggestions you have and suggestions for data sources, whether it's to approximate potential exposures to tribes in Alaska or other areas.
Sure, and every tribe's consumption patterns are, of course, unique, so that does make it complex. But generally, here in Alaska, the regional nonprofit tribal health consortia have data on consumption patterns that is available publicly. There are also a lot of published sources of data concerning consumption patterns as well. And also there's a lot of published literature on levels of contaminants in traditional foods.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, next speaker on my list is Leora Finksel.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leora Fixel, and I'm a Healthy Communities Project Manager with Environmental Defense Fund. EDF commends EPA for developing a draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates under TSCA. However, we have concerns about the draft approach as it relates to the lack of consideration for personal care product contribution to overall exposure in susceptible subpopulations. We provide two primary recommendations for consideration by EPA and the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals with regards to phthalate exposure from personal care products in susceptible subpopulations. First, EDF urges EPA to account for all exposures, regardless of their source, size, or route when assessing cumulative exposures to phthalates. Regarding source of exposure, EPA should clarify that it plans to assess all non-TSCA and non-attributable phthalates exposures, including exposures from personal care products and cosmetics. While EPA discusses diet as a major non-TSCA source of phthalate exposure in its draft approach, there was limited discussion of personal care products and cosmetics despite consistent research studies highlighting the contribution of this as an exposure source. Phthalates, including but not limited to DEHP, BBP, and DBP, have been detected in nail polish, fragrance, deodorants, and hairsprays. Regarding magnitude of exposure, it seems that EPA intends to ignore the presence of multiple phthalates in a single product if it is present at or below 2.5% weight per volume. The agency did not provide justification for this decision, which seems to ignore known concerns about phthalates in products at very low concentrations. For example, the Consumer Product Safety Commission has banned 8 phthalates in children's toys at concentrations greater than 0.1%. Concentrations in personal care products range from trace amounts to nearly 3% of the product formulation for single phthalate concentrations, and low levels may cause cumulative harm because multiple products are typically used daily. Regarding route of exposure, it appears the agency does not intend to assess inhalation exposure from non-TSCA sources, and this decision threatens to underestimate non-TSCA exposures, particularly from fragrances, which have consistently tested to have very high levels of phthalates. Second, EDF urges EPA to comprehensively search for and identify potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations beyond those identified in the proposed approach. We appreciate that EPA has proposed to focus on pregnant women, women of reproductive age, and male infants, toddlers, and children as 2 susceptible subpopulations, and EPA's recognition that those living near an emitting source may also be exposed. Still, we believe the agency's approach to vulnerable subpopulations is too narrow. In searching for potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations, EPA should consider exposures from TSCA conditions of use, as well as non-attributable and non-TSCA exposures, because diet and personal care products are significant sources of phthalate exposure. Individual phthalate exposures have been shown to vary by race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. A recent study found that African-American mothers had substantially greater urinary phthalate metabolites than white mothers, possibly predisposing their infants to stronger perinatal effects. This is consistent with a study from 2016 that concluded Black women generally had higher cumulative exposures of phthalates than white women, even after controlling for socioeconomic status. Racial and ethnic differences in the use of personal care products may contribute to observed exposures disparities. There's also evidence that socioeconomic status is correlated with phthalate metabolite urine concentrations in women of reproductive age in the United States. Finally, EPA should also consider certain non-industrial occupational groups known to have high occupational exposures to phthalates as key subpopulations. Occupational groups with high exposure to phthalates may include firefighters, nail salon workers, and hairdressers, among others. Examination of the demographics of each of these occupations may shed light on additional occupation-based sources of racial and ethnic disparities in phthalate exposure. For example, nail salon workers in the United States are largely Asian and experience high levels of range of the phthalates in the workplace. For these reasons, we highly advise EPA to account for all exposures in their cumulative exposure to phthalates and to extend the list of potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations beyond the current list. I will submit these comments along with references to cited studies to the docket. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping on time. That was awesome. Any questions or comments? Okay. Oh, Dr. Chason.
I would just encourage Dr. Fixel to get those references to the SACC as soon as possible, please. Thank you.
They've been submitted. Thank you.
Okay. Next on the list is we have Jeannie Economos.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jeannie Economos. I am the Pesticide Safety and Environmental Health Project Coordinator at the Farm Worker Association of Florida. I've been with the organization for about 25 years. We are a grassroots, community-based and community-grounded organization in Florida. We have 5 offices in the state that work where farm workers work in various different kinds of crops, including ornamental plants and tropical fruits and other crops. We are very grassroots. We're based in the community. The majority of our staff members are former farm workers. Our membership is largely farm workers. And we have leadership committees in each of our areas where we work so that we stay grounded and based in the communities that we work with. So we are very grassroots and we are accountable to the communities that we work in and with. That being said, we have been working on community-based participatory research projects for close to 20 years. with different academic institutions, including Emory University, University of Florida, Florida State University, University of South Florida, and others. We believe in community-based research that participatory research that is grounded in the community and that values the community's knowledge, experience, and expertise in those kinds of research projects. We are unique among farm worker organizations in that we are very focused on health and safety, and especially around pesticide exposure and around heat stress. Our concern is that farm workers are not exposed to a particular pesticide. And EPA in its risk assessments tends to look at pesticides individually rather than cumulatively. And we hear from farm workers all the time that they are exposed to multiple pesticides over the course of a day, a week, a month, a year, and of course, in the course of a lifetime of working in farm work. So that means that not only can they be exposed to multiple pesticides, they can be exposed to mixtures of pesticides and various classes of pesticides, including organophosphates, carbamates, organochlorines, and other neonicotinoids and other classes of pesticides. So this means that they are getting not only synergistic effects of pesticide exposure, but cumulative, aggregate, and compounding effects of pesticide exposure, including because of their working conditions, which can include high heat. There are very few studies at this point right now, but more are needed to look at the compounding effects of heat exposure and pesticides. So for example, there are a couple of studies that look at gloves that farm workers wear and how high temperatures increase the absorption of pesticides through the gloves that farm workers wear. These are really serious concerns. Farm workers are among the most vulnerable population in the country. They are a very unusual kind of environmental justice community because they are not place-based or local. A lot of them are migrant and seasonal workers that can travel with the seasons, which means that not only are they exposed to pesticides in one particular area, but across different areas across the country if they are true migrants. We are concerned about the magnitude of their pesticide exposure, the frequency, the duration, and the time frame of their exposure. We get complaints from farm workers about pesticide exposure, and we try to submit complaints to the Department of Agriculture in Florida for investigation and review. The problem is most farm workers do not know the names of the pesticides they're exposed to because there are no reporting requirements in the state of Florida. And because many of them are immigrants, many of them do not speak English as a first language, many of them may be undocumented. They have fear and intimidation, so oftentimes they will not submit a complaint. And oftentimes when they do submit a complaint, they are approached by inspectors or investigators that don't speak their language or that are not culturally sensitive, and they are not given anonymity for making a complaint. Farm workers are exposed through dermal exposure, oral exposure, and ingestion. And they bring residues home to their children in their homes. So they're not only exposed to the pesticides at work, but they can bring residues home on their bodies, on their clothes, in their vehicles. And some of them live really close to the farms or nurseries where they work or their orchards where they work. And actually in some areas, including in Florida and Oregon, their homes are surrounded by the fields or the nurseries where they work. So they get drift into their homes and then residues into their homes as well. We're really concerned about this because we have seen the impact.
Can I get you to wrap up, please?
Yes, we're concerned about the impacts, not just acute impacts, but there's long-term chronic effects. And we see what seems to be very high incidences of ADHD, autism, and learning disabilities, which are correlated with organophosphate pesticides. And we're very concerned about the way EPA is doing their risk assessments for organophosphate pesticides, and they're very far behind on their risk assessments. So we're also, I will reiterate what others have said about the.
Thank you very much. I think your time's up.
Okay, thank you very much for
Do
the
you have any
opportunity.
questions or comments from the committee? Okay, having heard none, I think we have Jessica Trowbridge back on again. Is that correct, Kurt?
I think I'm back.
Yes.
Does that work?
Yes.
There you go. You have about two
I
and a
will
half
leave my
minutes
video
left.
off. Two and a
Yeah,
half minutes left. Great. So I will start where I left off. Jessica Trowbridge, just to reiterate, Associate Research Scientist with the Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment. I believe I left off where I was discussing cellular level evidence, that the cellular level evidence by itself can be used to establish toxicological similarity to phthalates in the phthalates risk assessment. Given the known relationship between, for example, fetal testosterone and postnatal adverse outcomes, evidence of the cellular level events alone can demonstrate that a chemical is toxicologically similar even when that chemical has not been tested for the postnatal or apical outcomes. And then my third point in toxicological similarity is that there are other chemicals also associated with phthalate syndrome, multiple additional phthalates, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals that are toxicologically similar to phthalates, and the EPA has not included in its phthalate CRA approach. And disregarding these anti-androgens will lead to an underestimation of risk in the phthalate CRA. Effects of anti-androgens beyond the 6 phthalates that the EPA plans to include in its CRA can be accounted for with the application of adjustment factors. Regarding our second major point, which was relative potency factors, is a more scientifically appropriate method for estimating risk than the hazard index approach. We agree with EPA's decision to use RPFs for the phthalate CRA, and the data is robust for the development of these RPFs. RPFs, or relative potency factors, provide a scientifically appropriate and useful measure of cumulative exposure to multiple phthalates that can be used in conjunction with other methods to develop a quantitative estimate of risk. For example, probabilistic dose response assessment methods. EPA needs to provide further discussion about the advantages of the RPF approach. For example, one key advantage of applying RPF is that they give an estimate of index chemical equivalent exposures in a relevant exposure metric, such as milligrams per kilogram per day, which is more informative and useful for risk characterization than the unit list hazard index. EPA presents data for multiple outcomes that may be used in RPF development, and we recommend that all of these data sets be carried forward. EPA should not prematurely narrow the list of outcomes considered for RPF development, as this could erroneously leave out data important to the RPF estimation and possibly underestimate risk. EPA's approach to developing RPFs for the phthalate CRA need more conceptual development. The ED50s of the phthalates that were shown in EPA's Table 321 in the draft document indicate that relative potencies can vary across outcomes. For example, DBP appears to have a low relative potency for gene expression and a relatively high potency for nipple retention. It's not clear whether EPA thinks that the relative potency should be different across the 7 outcomes examined, or if the observed differences in relative potencies represent experimental variability. The SACC should provide recommendations to EPA regarding interpretation of the patterns seen in the ED50s to inform RPF development. We recognize this is a complex issue, but it is an important area where the SACC can help inform and guide EPA's approach, and we urge the SACC members to read our detailed comments submitted to the docket as they consider their advice to the EPA on RPF development. Thank you very much. I apologize for the technical difficulties, and that is the end of my comments.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay. Oh, question from Dr. Hertzberg.
Hi, Rick Hertzberg. Can you provide references? I forgot whether you said that or not. Especially for
yes,
the
I can provide.
variation RPS.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Especially for the variation in RPS across endpoints.
Yes, we can provide references, and they are also in the comments submitted on the docket.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
References. Thank you.
Thanks. We have, I think, one last speaker, Maya Nye. Are you back on?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today.
My name is Dr. Maya Nye. I'm the Federal Policy Director for Coming Clean, which is a network of around 150 organizations working to transform the chemical industry so that it's no longer a source of harm. We're guided by the Louisville Charter for Safer Chemicals, louisvillecharter.org, which outlines our central vision for a safe and healthy environment, and that requires safer substitutes and solutions, acting with foresight to protect health and preventing disproportionate exposures and cumulative impacts. And I want to lift up the comments of my previous colleagues, Pam Miller, Jeannie Economos, and others today. And while I do have a PhD, today I'm going to be wearing my fence line hat. I was born and raised on the fence line just across the river from a pesticide manufacturing facility in Institute, West Virginia. And this plant is situated in an area that we fondly refer to actually as Chemical Valley because of the multitude of chemical facilities that exist along this one stretch of the river that for a century have manufactured all kinds of different chemical products. And so toxicants have been dumped into the land, the air, and the water. And for decades, they were dumped without permits because they weren't required to have any for many years. And many of these toxicants persist in my community's environment today. And a number of the facilities also produce their own energy, which means that we were also blessed with the emissions from coal-fired power plants, in addition to being just nearby one of the largest coal-fired power plants down the river. And I think you probably know this, but fence line zones around these kinds of facilities are disproportionately Black, Latino, and made up of low-income individuals. And not only do these communities have multiple sources of pollution that they experience, there are lots of other non-chemical stressors that people on the fence line have to deal with, including some of the ones that have been mentioned today: food insecurity, racial discrimination, lack of health care that worsens those harms, disproportionate impacts from climate change, dangerous jobs. So Institute is specifically it's located in an unincorporated. It is an unincorporated community. That means that they don't have a recognized local government of their own. It's a predominantly Black community. It has a historically Black land-grant university. And so not only is it located right on the fence line of the chemical manufacturing facility, it's right next to an interstate, an asphalt facility. And this community experiences ongoing and generational stressors of racism that I'm never going to have to experience. And in Kanawha Valley, and people that live in Kanawha Valley, or excuse me, Chemical Valley, we also live with the constant threat of chemical disasters, right? For more than 25 years after the 1984 pesticide gas disaster in Bhopal, India, we lived with the additional stress of living under the shadow of another Bhopal disaster, because that plant and institute is the one that the Bhopal plant was modeled after. And our community continued to stockpile about 4 times the amount of what was released that deadly night in Bhopal. And so it's not if another disaster happens, but when. And I lived through multiple explosions, fires, unplanned emissions during pivotal developmental years of my life as a child and as a childbearing adult. And so I just want to drill home that the EPA absolutely has to address cumulative impacts. Just because you may not be able to measure it all doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And I don't think that the cumulative risk framework is ever adequately going to address the reality of the synergistic exposures that my friends, my family, and I have been faced with. However, it's your responsibility to do the best job possible under the existing regulations with the best available science to incorporate these cumulative risk assessments and new chemical assessments to better account for these multiple chemical and non-chemical stressors. Also, I just want to make sure EPA,
I need you to summarize.
I'm doing that. And I just want to just drill in one last point that EPA must involve people who are directly impacted to inform these assessments so that they can best reflect the reality of the exposures that you are working to address. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, I think we have yet one more, the last speaker, I guess. Keep getting request here on the to get on the docket here. So we have Jonathan Kalmus-Katz.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And I'm sorry. I don't know what happened with the registration, but good afternoon. I'm John Kalmus-Katz. I'm a senior attorney with Earth Justice. We submitted written comments on EPA's cumulative risk principles and the phthalate cumulative risk approach. And while I'm happy to answer any questions the SACC may have about those, I wanted to begin with something that was not in our comments. This weekend, the New York Times ran a front page article on Deer Park, Texas, a city of approximately 35,000 people on the south side of the Houston Ship Channel. The article is available online and we'll be submitting it to the docket if any members of the SACC have not seen it. In 2021, 13 polluting facilities in Deer Park released and disposed of approximately 13 million pounds of toxic chemicals. Those releases include formaldehyde and 1,3-butadiene, both of which are undergoing risk evaluation under TSCA right now, and both of which cause an increased risk of blood cancer and other serious health effects. The Deer Park community is more than 37% Latino, and nearly 1 in 5 residents under the age of 65 lacks health insurance, far greater than the national average. Last Friday, as the printing presses were churning out that New York Times article, a fire at a Shell refinery in Deer Park blanketed the surrounding area in black smoke and chemicals, including 1,3-butadiene. As of this morning, 72 hours later, that fire is still burning. That is what you are talking about this week. Deer Park is not an outlier. It is tragically illustrative of the cumulative risks that fence line communities and other potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations experience every day. When EPA claims the consideration of such risks are discretionary, that means EPA thinks it is acceptable to ignore the real-world cumulative exposures and harms that people in Deer Park and other fence line communities face. When EPA says that it does not plan to measure the impacts of non-chemical stressors like poverty, racial discrimination, and limited healthcare access, that means EPA will continue to knowingly understate risk by pretending that such stressors do not exist. And when EPA relies primarily on toxics release inventory data and other industrial estimates of routine annual chemical releases to estimate exposures, it is saying that acute exposures and harms from fires and other unplanned releases of toxic chemicals don't matter. As described in our written comments, these positions are legally and scientifically baseless. It is up to the SACC to recommend a better course. I urge you to not feel limited by what EPA has said that it does and does not plan to address in its cumulative risk documents, and to instead advise EPA on how it should conduct risk evaluations that address all the ways that people are exposed to and harmed by toxic chemicals, including people who are more susceptible to harm because of their cumulative chemical exposures and non-chemical stressors. Advise EPA on how it should incorporate cumulative exposure considerations into all TSCA risk evaluations and risk assessments, including those that are currently underway. Advise EPA on how it should address cumulative risks that cannot be precisely quantified, including through the use of additional uncertainty factors. And recommend how EPA should account for co-exposures to non-risk evaluation chemicals that cause similar health effects to substances undergoing risk evaluation, including other anti-androgenic chemicals and pesticides in its phthalate cumulative risk assessment. For decades, the National Academy of Sciences and other leading authorities have called on agencies to address cumulative exposures and non-chemical stressors when assessing risk. For just as long, EPA has ignored those recommendations, and residents of Deer Park and other fence line communities have suffered the consequences. The SACC can help to change that by recommending ways that EPA can consistently and comprehensively address cumulative risks under TSCA in a manner consistent with the best available science. I urge you to do so, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Jonathan. Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to throw it out there. It seems that there's a lot of people that registered to speak that were not on the list that I got. But so if you do choose to speak, please again, just send me a message and I'll put you on the list. Currently, we've got another speaker. This is Jessica Ryman Rasmussen from ACC.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jessica Ryman Rasmussen. I'm Senior Director of Chemical Management at the American Chemistry Council, ACC. ACC members apply the science of chemistry to make innovative products, technologies, and services that make people's lives better, healthier, and safer. We highlight here some key observations from our submitted written comments on the draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under the Toxic Substances Control Act. The draft principles are not a substitute for a guidance document. In our view, EPA should prepare and publish, with appropriate notice and comment, a guidance document on cumulative risk assessment to provide clarity and reduce uncertainty for the regulated community. The draft principles would benefit from discussion of problem formulation and systematic review, both of which are not addressed in the draft principles, and both of which are recognized as essential to high-quality risk assessment practices. In addition, EPA's definition for mode of action, or MOA, seems to have changed from cancer and adverse effects in the 2014 Framework for Human Health Risk Assessment to Informed Decision-Making to disease formation in the draft principles. This raises serious concerns because, among other things, the two definitions are not the same, which raises questions regarding disease classification and how EPA would regard adverse effects consistent with more than one particular disease or no particular disease. We encourage EPA to retain the 2014 definition and include only chemicals with evidence of causation of cancer or other adverse effects in the common chemical group. EPA does not define the common chemical group with precision, and this is a misstep because a larger than necessary common chemical group has the potential to introduce bias and increase uncertainty and complexity. ACC instead suggests the use of a common mode of action together with sentinel exposures, thresholds of toxicological concern, also called TTCs, and 10% risk cutoffs, as indicated by the European Food Safety Authority, or EFSA, which would right-size the common chemical group to be more practical and more scientifically robust. We further recommend that the draft principles specify how potential exposures below the detection limit will be considered. Importantly, the addition method will likely overestimate risk when a large number of chemicals are present in a mixture, particularly if a default of half of the limit of quantification, or LOQ/2, is used. Unless scientifically defensible tiering and refinement to reduce the number of chemicals are employed, assessments may become unwieldy and introduce bias and uncertainty. While TSCA does not require EPA to conduct cumulative risk assessments, it does require the use of the best available science. The draft principles do not meet TSCA's best available science and should be revised for the following reasons. First, a search of PubMed on April 12, 2023 shows numerous scientific citations of published scientific studies for the search term cumulative risk assessment for the period of 2017 to 2023. EPA's draft principles cite only one paper published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, and that paper was published in 2011. Second, methods for assessment of cumulative risk other than dose response addition, such as the maximum cumulative ratio and the human relevant potency threshold, were either not considered or were rejected by the agency with no explanation. And third, EPA proposes to consider non-chemical stressors qualitatively, but the methodologies and tools to do so have not yet been developed.
Yeah, those aren't on.
Finally, with respect to scope, draft principles do not include cumulative impacts, which EPA states, quote unquote, may or may not include
This group knows how to run public comment.
toxicologically defined risk. When
Sure.
cumulative impacts do include toxicologically defined risk, EPA should clarify whether and how these will be integrated into the cumulative risk assessment under TSCA. Because much of the science undergirding cumulative risk assessment is still being developed and the draft principles do not provide sufficient detail to justify such an approach, we recommend at this time that the draft principles be substantially revised and limited to cumulative risk assessment of chemical mixtures. Until the science further develops, cumulative risk assessment is not sufficiently mature and robust to support risk evaluations. We recommend that the draft principles for mixtures risk assessment be updated and replaced by detailed chemicals mixtures risk assessment guidance with options for refinement to ensure that mixtures risk assessments conducted under TSCA are consistent, manageable, and made in accordance with the best available science. We also understand that there are other EPA program offices working on cumulative risk assessment approaches, and it would be important for the public to understand how the TSCA draft principles align with those cumulative risk-related activities underway in other parts of the agency. ACC appreciates the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Okay, thank you very much.
Dan, excuse me, this is Charlene. I couldn't.
Yes,
It looks like there's one more person who wrote
of course.
Amy D. Kyle.
Yes, I actually went through the list and Amy Kyla was the last name that we had.
Okay,
I'm here.
there we go. Yep.
May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
I have kind of a flaky connection, so I'm going to leave my camera off, and I'm only going to take 1 minute. And I appreciate your hearing all the comments, and people have a lot to say for a lot of good reasons. And in the spirit of the comments about making these processes and methods, et cetera, actually address what people experience, which I think is the greatest scientific challenge here, is how can you best estimate that? I have one point to make here, and it's really about the new chemicals more than these long reviewed chemicals. You know, they have some of these, the 23 or however many that have been used for decades and are under long review, et cetera, et cetera. But what about the new chemicals that are being reviewed and either approved or not approved or conditioned now? And my question is, these methods are built on chemicals that have been used for decades and that have been studied probably with millions and millions of dollars and analyses, et cetera, et cetera. So how is that going to inform what we do for new chemicals? Or are we always going to wait until chemicals are used for 50 years and have a lot of studies and then figure out what the risk is, which is what these models are? And I think that that has to be thought of as a separate category. It's not brought out very well at all in the existing charge questions or documents. And I think it needs us to think differently about this than just adding on to what we're doing, to what are the best predictors of what's going to happen later as we investigate these chemicals, so that we can get into a mode that allows EPA to make good decisions to prevent harmful chemicals from coming onto the market or being used in a future-oriented way, as several people have suggested. You know, starting to prevent the risks and the harm rather than waiting till they happen and setting the chemicals and going back and trying to rectify that. So I think that's underestimated here. It's obviously a very significant scientific challenge and public health challenge, but I think would be a very important issue for the Science Advisory Committee to consider at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, one other thing to add, if there are no other presenters that have registered, any further ones that have?
We didn't have any others that hopped on, Dr. Schlenk. That should have been the last one. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, apparently we didn't get to confirmations from everybody. So one other thing to add for the record and to put on the docket, Earl Gray has actually sent a paper on DINP that will be also placed on the docket for the committee to read if that is something that you would need in your deliberations. So that will be placed there as well. With that, we actually are somewhat ahead of schedule. And Al and I talked a bit about actually going for question 1 to get ahead of the game a bit. So let's, at this point, let's take about a 5-minute break. and we'll reconvene at 20 past the hour. And let's go ahead and begin deliberations on question 1. So 5-minute break. Let's be back 20 minutes past the hour. Thanks.
Survey.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. At this point in time, we've concluded the public comment period. And we like to thank the public commenters as always for their input, and we hope the committee will take advantage of the resources that have been provided on the docket for the public comments. At this point, let's go ahead and move into our question deliberations. We discussed a couple weeks ago, rather than read extensively the question into the record, we would just refer to the charge question as the numerical charge question. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin with charge question 1. And as is the process of going through the delegation, the lead discussant will begin, followed by the associate discussants, and then we'll open it up to the committee. So again, hold off on raising your hands until after the associate discussants have provided their comments at this point. All right, so our lead discussant for question 1 is Rick Hertzberg.
Hi, this is going to be a little bit disconnected because we just had a flurry of activity in our among us discussants. So I'm going to go ahead and present what were the basic issues and concerns as of last night and this morning. And then I'll have the associate discussants bring up additional issues as they have come to the fore today. We are responding to this question that is basically asking to identify additional methodology documents. We interpret that more broadly as methodology and principles documents. We've already compiled over 40 additional methodology documents and articles. Many of these are from agencies. Most of them are journal articles, peer-reviewed, and focusing more on methodology and not on a specific chemical or chemical group in an actual risk assessment. So these are very methodological in orientation. Some of them only have partial information that you'd want to use for developing a framework or guidance, such as decision rules or ways to quantify certain aspects of certain parts of cumulative risk assessment. But we think that they all should be considered. So here are the groupings that we have are mainly, and I'll have a catch-all, the assessment of chemical mixtures, the incorporation of chemical and non-chemical stressors, and the use of new approach methodology or NAMs. One comment from multiple discussants is that more clarity is needed on the key terms and concepts, including the difference between principles and methods. Principles, I'm going to give you a definition here as scientific concepts and processes that have scientific acceptance and or can be tested. And among the ones that are specifically mentioned in the draft principles document are toxicological similarity, toxicological interaction, dose addition and its metric, the relative potency factors, response addition and its underlying concept of toxicologic independence, and then integrated addition. These need to have more precise definitions, including decision rules for when that concept is considered to be operating. Some of these and some other concerns will be discussed in the next 3 charge questions. For toxicologic similarity, the usual evidence is based upon classical in vivo studies. There should be an option to use new approach methods, NAMs, for gap filling. Existing methodology studies or articles on NAMs are usually not fully complete and so cannot be substituted for the in vivo evidence, but some do address important pieces. Some include quantitative approaches for presenting the evidence and for characterizing uncertainties, and some include structured frameworks for evaluating and incorporating NAMs results into an assessment. The focus on toxicologic similarity should be the default approach, but not a strict limitation. Whenever mixture chemicals have known toxicological interactions, these interactions should be reflected in the assessment, even if only qualitatively. For example, say the error is likely to be an underestimation of true risk. One quantitative option is the use of EPA's interaction-based hazard index, but mixture-specific biologically based dose response models should also be considered. Now, I'll just mention as an aside that when we developed the interaction-based hazard index when I was at EPA, it was in response to public comments of why are you not including these interactions in your assessment? You're just using dose addition and nothing else. So we developed this approach as a way that EPA could respond saying, we are addressing it to the best efforts that we can with current available science. Now I will stop that. And I did have one more clarification of scope. And this is more a question, I think, to perhaps the authors of the principles report. The draft states that TSCA does not require a cumulative risk assessment. However, my view on TSCA and what I've read from 1976 through the current version is it does seem to require an assessment of chemical mixture risks. And so the scope as outlined of focusing on chemical mixtures and not the non-chemical stressors does seem to be required by TSCA. Is that a correct read? And I'll let you comment on that, but I'll first turn it over to my co-discussants, one or two of which have provided expanded concepts, other comments and ideas, and literature that we have not yet compiled into a nice, clear, organized list. But we'll do that and present that to you guys tomorrow.
Okay. First associate is Dr. Rollins. Dr. Rollins? Are you muted? Do we have Dr. Rollins on?
Dr. Rollins is muted.
He's muted. Okay. Dr. Rollins? Okay. Maybe we should move on.
I sent a message, just waiting to hear back.
Well, let's go ahead with Dr. Engel then.
Hi, thanks. Can I just ask a point of clarification first? In order to have a reference entered into the official record, do we literally need to read the reference?
No.
Okay, great. So, again, following the clarity or clarifying information provided on this charge question that we received on, I think, April 24th, that the charge relates both to principles and to methodology. I just want to add a few points to Dr. Hertzberg's prior comments. So one is section 3.1. In the principles document, the EPA describes pests, potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations, are subpopulations who, due to either greater susceptibility or greater exposure, may be at greater risk than the general population of adverse health effects from exposure to a chemical. However, in their more detailed draft proposed approach for cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates, they do not consider communities of color who have documented higher exposure to several phthalates, and thus would qualify under this definition. It seems as if the definition in use in this more detailed phthalate document is solely focused on potentially susceptible subpopulations. If the exclusion relates to a general principle of cumulative risk assessment, it should be spelled out in the proposed principles documents. Otherwise, the definitions of pests should be consistent across these two documents. In section 3.2, EPA proposes to include qualitative discussion of non-chemical stressors and their potential impact on a case-by-case basis until agency-wide guidance and established methodologies have been developed. And we, as Dr. Hertzberg suggested, enter into the record a number of peer-reviewed publications describing methodologies to do that. In section 3.4.2, the section on biomonitoring data requires references in order to evaluate the assumptions. For example, the sentence, quote, quantifying an intake dose from biomonitoring data can be complicated and requires many assumptions and complex modeling, is vague and has no references attached to it. more details are needed to support these sections broadly. And in the same section, EPA proposes to utilize product formulation data to examine the presence of multiple chemical substances in a single product. It's not clear whether the EPA will have complete information on product ingredients, for example, those included in the general category of fragrance, which are often not revealed to consumers. A related concern is whether the presence of a compound in a product will include the potential migration of that chemical or other members of a chemical group from the product packaging, or whether it will just include the ingredients in the consumer product. In the same section, more information is needed to explain how accidental extreme releases, for example, those associated with disasters, will be considered. These are particularly relevant to fence line communities. And in section 3.5, additivity considerations, EPA considers that dose addition is broadly applicable and a more conservative health protective approach than response addition. The sentence also has no citation, and I suggest the EPA refrain from use of the word conservative as it has ambiguous definitions. It's not clear whether conservative in this context means that exposure or exposure effects will be over or underestimated, whether these assumptions have authoritative support, whether they will uniformly apply to all populations, all pests, and to all chemicals. Finally, at several points in the general principles and phthalate-specific documents, the EPA proposes to take multiple approaches to specific methodological challenges. In these cases, there's a real chance that the outcomes of these different approaches will be in conflict. And in the event of conflict among these methodological approaches, there's no description as to how these results will be reconciled and what the overarching principles guiding the reconciliation of these methodologies may be. And then we have several references supporting some additional methodological reports as requested. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Rollins, are you back on? Guess not. Okay. Dr. Wyckoff.
Sure, thank you. Okay, I have a few more to add here. So based on the presentations this morning, would recommend that there are references added to support the general principles that were applied in phthalates, specifically adding reference related to RPFs regularly used by the agency per slide 32 in the phthalate slide part 1 to demonstrate examples and precedent as it relates to principles. Also suggest adding references to support the content related to the science has evolved sub-bullets on slide 33 in that same slide deck. Aspects indicating that science has evolved to assume dose response curve shape is the same below response level should be included in the general principles and will come up in subsequent questions. Would recommend that references to address cumulative risk or exposure assessment to non-TSCA sources be added. Since cumulative risk is describing as including many non-TSCA sources, principles, sources, guidance, or documents related to such is imperative to include. This should include concepts and principles as to how non-TSCA sources can be accurately evaluated if exposure data is largely in proprietary databases or sources. I recommend that references to principles of systematic review as it relates to CRA should be added. This should include consideration of study reliability based on the study quality evaluation from what I presume is a TSCA systematic review protocol. Would suggest adding reference to or considering modern techniques for dose response, including combined data techniques such as meta-regression. We'll provide some specific references for that. Also recommend providing references to guidance and principles related to uncertainty analysis as it relates to CRA, and we'll also provide some specific references for that. Relating to potential examples of principles to consider, particularly for RPFs, would recommend considering research on dioxin-like chemicals and the development of toxic equivalency factors, or TEFs. There have been many reviews conducted over the past several decades that provide insight into the many aspects of the RPF process that this program is facing, including systematically developing a database, accounting for reliability in a fit-for-purpose manner, addressing dose response issues, including lack of parallelism and max response, as well as combining potency data across endpoints. This includes molecular and organismal, so heterogeneous data sets. Multiple publications will soon be released with detailed methods on dose response analyses, including use of Bayesian methods, which will allow for utilization of all available data. We've given some citations to that. Then, given that the document is not intended to be guidance and that there's not currently an intention to generate a TSCA-specific methodology, it suggests the EPA clarify which references are the key guidance or methodologies which would be used to conduct CRAs. It's preferred if these are provided in a hierarchical fashion. And lastly, we had included a reference to the ECA read-across assessment framework, as that might be a good tool to represent principles on state of the science concepts related to chemical groupings and addresses aspects beyond structure, such as ADME concepts. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Rollins, are you on?
Yes, finally on. Sorry.
Yes.
I actually didn't have anything to read to you other than I sent a list to Richard, and he had all of my references except for one from EFSA. So that was my contribution.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, now questions open to other panel members. Show of hands. So Dr. Chasen, you're first.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Dr. Chasen.
Yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to thank EPA for starting this process of putting something together that could, in fact, evolve into something that becomes a global guidepost for doing these kinds of evaluations. So it's really important for this document to be very careful about what it addresses, how it addresses things, and what, in fact, recognizing what it omits. I was very pleased to hear the comments of Dr. Engel and Dr. Wyckoff, because I share the concerns that they already have leveled. In particular, I found this document, I was very unclear as to what the document actually is. It sort of bounces around on flirting with some principles, and then sort of sinking into approaches, methods, and a sort of a conflation of a variety of things like that. But those are not really principles. It's very, very heavy-handed on the toxicology, my compliments, but it's very, very lean on exposure, particularly principles of exposure. There's a mix of methods and results, but there's really no, I didn't see any structure of thinking, if you will. I plan to be addressing a fairly long list of this kind of thing as we go through not only this document, but actually the phthalates, and hopefully then being able to reference back to how that refers back to things that should be in the principles document. There are some very major omissions which make this document wanting. For example, there's no conversation at all about computational methods. A few of which even Dr. Wyckoff had mentioned that deals with data, but computational methods to assess or come up with estimates of exposure and the tools that are going to be used, and maybe as principles, what kind of tools should be developed. The use of data and value distributions, what if you're going to do these kinds of things, what kinds of distributions should be used, what is representative data to the real world out there. We heard several comments about things like that. These are big conversations. There has been a lot of conversation over the last decade about these kinds of things. Computational tools need to provide the use of the information and data that can be accrued to address pests and other sources. They need to be totally transparent so that people know what kinds of assumptions, use of data, et cetera, are being used as the answers are being computed from. And so it's not just a matter of collecting data together, but how those data will be in fact used in the algorithms or what kinds of algorithms will be included. I saw nothing that really squarely addressed how the 2016 Lautenberg objectives should be translated into a structured approach for defining susceptible populations. And I will have much more to say about that as we talk about the phthalates. And also something that is very lacking is a conversation about the principles of the process, including outreach. The idea of using literature, of course, is excellent. The idea of using other previously generated assessments is obvious to, I think, anyone, but principles about considering how those documents will be used and do they, in fact, satisfy the EPA or the US regulations, including Lautenberg 2016 and other principles that EPA uses. I think that needs to be very, very obvious. The process needs to include an outreach to people who very obviously could have information or some novel approaches to a particular kind of CRA. I would suggest indeed that the type of document that was developed for the phthalates always be developed so that it gives the opportunity for people to bring data, approaches, or ideas to the CRA effort before EPA actually does the CRA for any group. And I think that would save EPA a tremendous amount of time, and it would encourage people to become involved in that kind of thing. And as I said, I would like very much to bring details and references in much more specific fashion as we go through the next couple of days, and specifically for the phthalates, of course, but also to use those as examples of what needs to be done for conversations that need to be included in the principles document. But I don't mean to be negative here. I really do want to compliment EPA for taking on this kind of task. This is exceedingly difficult to do, but while I compliment them on that, I really hope that they will consider this sort of a first draft and make sure that a lot of other groups have an opportunity for formal suggestion to what needs to be going into it. Thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thanks. Just again, to point out to other committee members that weren't included in the associate list to get your comments to the lead discussant so that they can assimilate that into a coherent message instead of little fragmented pieces back and forth. The other thing I would also remind the committee that, again, without input, it's assumed that you agree with what's being said. So if you disagree with something that's being said, it needs to be on the record at some point. Otherwise, we will assume that there's consensus with that. So lastly, we need to, I know Dr. Payne Sturgis, you can't because you're on the phone, but if you have video capability, I've been told by Charlene that it would be very good for you to use your video when you're actually doing your presentations. So it helps with the streaming component. So with that, Dr. Johnson.
Thanks, Dr. Schlenk. I'll be brief. Basically, I want to encourage the EPA not to underestimate the importance of doing sound hazard identification in the hazard filter stage. I provide a reference that basically talks about what you're going to hear more about, I guess tomorrow, next couple of days, about integrating at least 4 lines of evidence. That would be human, controlled laboratory animal, I think you heard a little bit about in silico and QSAR model predictions, including read across, and any in vitro new approach methods or mechanistic information. And I'll just leave it right there. Thanks.
Great. Dr. Blystone?
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, it was stated, but I wanted to emphasize, given what we heard from EPA today, that there are no plans to create a guidance document, and instead they would rely on existing guidance, that we need to be very clear what guidance they will be using to perform CRAs, because for transparency reasons, for if nothing else. So I just wanted to support that comment.
Great, thanks. Dr. Payne Sturgis?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, gotta check. I just want to first off say I want to commend EPA for putting these documents together, for giving the application of cumulative risk assessment under TSCA serious thought and consideration. I have 3 comments for this particular charge question. The first one is around the issue of the non-chemical stressors. It does seem that in the principles document, there's some inconsistencies about how this issue is being treated. For example, you know, in section 2 about scope, it seems to kind of wave away the consideration of non-chemical stressors, but then later in section 3.2, there's a little bit more discussion about it. So I think there needs to be some consistency there, but in that vein, I do think EPA should be encouraged to look at how to incorporate non-chemical stressors in these cumulative risk evaluations. You heard this statement being articulated by the public commenters, but I also want to suggest one way of thinking about this I would like to offer is, like, you know, linking those non-chemical stressors themselves as well to what is the potential or common health endpoint that's under consideration or under evaluation where the cumulative risk assessment is being applied. And then in that section 3.2, there's this wording about EPA may include. I really would like to see things like will include the consideration of these non-chemical stressors. The other comment I have is about terminology around what we're saying here, toxicological similarity. I did look back at the NRC's report from 2008, and they had some interesting comments there and sort of cautioning about this using the criterion for grouping chemicals around toxicological similarity, because at that time there was concern that this may introduce ambiguity, specifically when it being applied to phthalates and other anti-androgens, and that, you know, it might lead to an inappropriately narrow interpretation of what is meant by that phrase. So I just wanted to point that out and suggest that this principles document should have some kind of wording to sort of guard against too narrow of an interpretation of this term going forward in this principles document, since it's being applied more broadly and not just about the phthalates. And then I also have a couple of references to offer to EPA to consider. There was a later methodology out of Europe called the Euromix methodology for mixtures risk assessment. And it's a publication from 2020. And then there's another publication by researchers, one in London and one in Germany, entitled Refined Reference Doses and New Procedures for Phthalate Mixtures Risk Assessment. I think I didn't see these cited anywhere in the 2 documents, and I would like to offer EPA to take a look at these documents.
Thanks. Just again, to remind everybody that this is a question asking for methodology papers. If you're critiquing the document or the actual components or clarity of the document, that's question 4. So comments regarding the criticism of that should be probably addressed in question 4. At this point, it seems to me they're asking for references and documents for methodology. So again, if once we put the report together, we don't want to repeating ourselves, and you want to put that information in the appropriate question that we get to when we get to that point. So again, just a reminder there.
Yeah, thank you so much. And for sure, those two references, though, I think are appropriate for this question.
Yes, definitely. Thanks. Dr. Braun?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to enter into the record that a paper by Gwynn and colleagues from 2017 about a public health perspective to cumulative risk assessment, and I just sent this to Allah, but I wanted to just make sure that gets entered in there.
Great, thanks. Dr. Hadashel.
I just wanted to echo Dr. Blystone's comments.
Okay. Okay. Did you just repeat them?
Sorry, with regard to providing more details in the guidance document about the approach for cumulative risk assessment, and if that is not the intention of the EPA, that they could please provide references of methods that they are intending to follow.
Okay. And all right, so Dr. Hertzberg, are you able to put all this together in a cohesive manner, I guess, is the question.
My question is there a way that once we do assemble this, once I assemble this tonight, that I can send it to you and it could be distributed to the panel, the full panel, to address, so that they don't have to send us references and documents and citations that are already on our list?
You can't, we can't really submit it to the whole panel. You can submit it as part of your deliberations at the beginning. The rest of the panel, it has to all be done in the public forum for transparency reasons. So what I would do is, take whoever sends you information, you'd be able to send it to those individuals. And then once that's put together, then send it to the rest of the panel for discussion at that point. But it can't be changed after that. Does that make sense?
Not fully, but I can talk to you outside this then.
Okay. Dr. Payne Sturgis, your hand's still up. Do you have another question?
Oh, sorry about that. I'll take it down.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Dr. Tan.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify based on what Dr. Hertzberg just asked. So we haven't seen the list that they put together, but if we have a reference we think might be good to put on there, we should just send it to them, not wait to see a list.
As long as you state for the record that you are sending a reference, and I mean, you don't have to list the exact reference, but you could state what the reference pertains to. I think that's probably more appropriate.
Okay.
If
Okay,
it's
then.
A methodology paper, for example, or a methodology reference.
Okay. And then for the record, I'll be sending at least one paper related to practice and recommendations on how to look at human variability and susceptibility for cumulative risk assessment.
Great, thanks. And again, can I please, again, I've been told to try to use your video as much as you can, please. Dr. Chasen?
Yes, Dr. Chasen. I'm not sure why, but I'm having trouble turning my video on, so.
Okay.
Just for the record, I will be sending at least one and possibly a couple of references that have to do with computational methods, and hopefully those will be relevant here. But to your point, Dr. Schwank, I will also submit the comments I just made to the question 4, and then with the idea that those leads can use whatever they deem is relevant for their particular question. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. At this point in time, if there are no other comments, let me, I have to apologize to the EPA. Apparently, we do have to read the charge question into the record. So I'll turn to Anthony, I assume, or one of the agency representatives, if you can read the charge question into the record.
For Dr. Schlenk, this is Anthony Luz. So charge question 1, EPA's draft proposed principles of cumulative risk assessment under the Toxic Substance Control Act, referred to as the draft proposed principles document, provides an overview of TSCA and cumulative risk assessment within the regulatory requirements of TSCA. In the development of this document, EPA relied substantially on existing work by EPA's Risk Assessment Forum, EPA's Office of Pesticide Programs, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the European Commission, and the World Health Organization and International Program on Chemical Safety. So see list in section 3 of the draft report for a complete list of those references. And we're asking for the committee to please identify any additional key methodology documents that the panel is aware of that could inform EPA's approach to cumulative risk assessment under TSCA.
Okay, thank you for that. And at this point too, it's sort of customary to go back to the agency having heard what you've heard from the committee. Does this meet what you're after in terms of the question?
Thanks, Dr. Schlenk. This is Anthony Luz again. Yes, I think this meets what we're after in regard to the charge question, particularly from the charge lead, Dr. Hertzberg. So we look forward to receiving that list of references that we should take into consideration.
Great. Okay, so I think at this point, it's pretty late on the East Coast here, so we'll stop at this point, and let me turn it over to Ala. I think if possible too, let me just ask the committee if we could just meet for maybe 5 or 10 minutes afterwards and stay, if you could stay on the line. I think we can address Dr. Hertzberg's question a bit in terms of how you have to put this stuff together. So I thought that would be pretty beneficial. But at this point, I'll turn it back over to Ala to close today.
Thank you, Dan. Well, I think we had a very successful opening day today. And I'd like to thank again the chair, Dr. Daniel Schlenk, for chairing today's session, and to the committee members and ad hoc reviewers. I'd like to thank EPA's Assistant Administrator, Dr. Michal Friedhoff, for her welcome and introductory comments. I'd like to thank Mark Hartman, the Deputy Director for Management of the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Anthony Luz and Maiko Arashiro for OPPT's presentation on the principles of cumulative risk assessment and the cumulative risk assessment of high priority phthalates and a manufacturer requested phthalates. I'd like to thank the OPP team for their responses to the SACC questions. Thanks are also due to the public commenters for their presentations. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. And for today, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
So again, SACC members, please stay on if you can.